Hey, what's up, y'all? We'll be right in here. Just finished an episode of Corners of the Culture. We'll be right in here. Hang tight. And we got bars on the way.
We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Come on, man.
Let's go, baby.
Come on, man. I need to be muted.
Yeah, I need you muted.
I
We
know,
good,
it's like,
baby.
come on,
we
man.
good, baby. Hold on, man. Hold on, man.
Hey.
It's 2-0.
Hey.
Oh, they're not doing
Hey.
well in Warriors world. Come on, Zach.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See
Down the
now.
lane off the rebound.
Rebound.
It's 9-16 now.
See
Look toward
now.
the sky like the beam now.
Tell them like the
Like the beam now.
beam.
Tell them like the beam now.
Tell them like the beam.
I need that.
Tell them, you
I
can
got
tell
you.
them like the beam
Come
now.
on.
Tell them like the beam, like the beam now.
Come on,
You can tell
Dell.
them, you can tell them
Come
like
on,
the
young
beam
Dell.
now.
I don't know what
Tell
time
them like
it
the
is, baby.
beam now. If you reppin' that Kings like the beam now. Sack crowd, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep. Whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke with a team of the year. We shaking things Kings over here, don't doubt, we believe over here, we don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear, I only deal with real kings over here. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now.
Young Zell right there, like the beam. Let's go. You know what? You know what? Come to think about it, let's go ahead and do something different. We got Drake Bars leading off the show. Let's go, bro.
Yo,
What we got?
Drake Bars. What up, D-Lo and KC?
What's up, baby?
That's how we rocking after game 2.
Indeed.
Sacramento CA, best fans in the league. They wrote us off like this team is too young to succeed. Nobody thought we'd have a 2-0 lead. Yeah, we got the champs up against the ropes like Rocky and Creed. So keep sleeping on the Kings. Grab some Tylenol PM. Go retweet them clowns over at ESPN. They said the Kings were too soft and couldn't defend. But we some stars, boys, so you can save them tears like the weekend. Warriors can still win. We'll see this power in numbers. But numbers don't lie. Ask Will Z. 11 steals, plus we made 9 threes. The Warriors look gassed, may need to take IVs to the Bay. Consider this a taunt. We're about to Draymond the Warriors on Thursday. Dubs getting stomped, yeah. We got some dogs that are ready for a dog fight. I just hope Steph's ready for another off night.
Hey, that's our boy Profound right there. Drake Bars in the building. We welcome you in here.
Stop playing with us, man.
To the Tuesday, April 18th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you are here with us as the Sacramento Kings take a 2-0 lead over the Golden State Warriors, beating them 114-106 last night. It's a shame. It would be ridiculous to start this show with anything other than what everyone is talking about. We're going to give Davion Mitchell the credit he deserves here today. We're going to talk to Chris Biderman. We're going to talk to Trysta Krick. We're going to talk to Jason Jones. We're going to talk to you all day long, the next 4 hours, 916-909-1320. We're going to talk about what we saw at the Golden One Center last night. We're going to talk about the defense that we saw from the Sacramento Kings last night. We're going to talk about the fact that this team is headed to the Chase Center up 2-0 in this opening round series against the Golden State Warriors. We're going to talk about the fact that all of a sudden people want to give them credit over in the national media. We're going to talk about the fact how people on Fox Sports are stealing things Kyle Madsen said at our live show at Sky River Casino months ago.
Came in with my style, so I fathered you.
Unfortunately, what everybody is talking about is, Profound isn't the only one dropping Drake bars
More
today.
bars. Obviously I'm here, but we got more bars.
We got a text from DC today. The long promised Miss P bars.
Oh, snap.
This hour.
Miss P bars.
And
it's going down.
True story. Haven't heard him. Didn't listen to him. She sent him, loaded him into the system.
Yeah.
We're going to listen to him live together.
Oh, God.
We got Miss P Drake bars coming up this hour.
We got a whole album, bro. We got a whole compilation going on up in here. We putting a Violator compilation on these Warriors.
That's what happens when you win games, man.
We putting a Violator compilation on these Warriors.
We'll get to All Night's performance coming up here in just a little bit, but the story of last night's game, as it usually is, if it's not Steph in his heroic antics, it's the idiotic behavior of Draymond Green. And one thing that is absolutely stunning is every person on the planet can watch the same exact video from multiple different angles. And depending on what color jersey you're rooting for, depends on how you see that video. And it's been fascinating watching the discussions between Sacramento Kings fans and Golden State Warriors fans. It's been interesting looking at the observations of so-called impartial parties. Though I don't think there is an impartial party in this, because the Golden State Warriors have been featured on national television for the last 8 years. They're always going to get the benefit of the doubt. They're always going to get the love. And many of these same people who are excusing what we saw from Draymond Green have been excusing what we saw from Draymond Green for 8 years. But we all saw it. We know what it is. Everybody has formed an opinion on it. There's a play in the fourth quarter where Domas goes up for a rebound. He gets tangled with Klay Thompson. He goes to the ground. Now, whether you think he goes to the ground or flops to the ground depends on who you're rooting for. He goes to the ground, gets hit, reaches to cover his head. And again, this is depending on the team that you root for. I'll give you this is my honest to God feeling on it. And I said this with Sarah Hodges on CBS 13 last night. Maybe I'm naive. I sat in that press room when everyone cleared out and watched the television replay for the first time. I hadn't seen it. I had seen Jake's video that he had up at, because I was standing next to him, Jake at CBS. We were kind of watching it. I had seen Mark Spears had shown me a video that he had from the replay booth. I'd watched all that. I watched the television replay for the first time. My honest to God opinion, and you're welcome to tell me I'm wrong, is Domas goes to the ground. He reaches to cover his face. His hand is his arm is intertwined with Draymond's leg. Draymond, who despite whatever the hell Klay Thompson saw, was not only in a full not in a full sprint. He was completely standing still.
Both feet on the ground.
He wasn't moving. And
Klay Thompson's embarrassing for that.
That's ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. He goes to cover up his face. He doesn't hook Draymond's leg. His hand is cupped up, covering his face. It's not tight. It's not a Ken Shamrock ankle lock. It's just his foot is they're intertwined together. Draymond lifts his foot up, drops it down onto Domas's chest, and then hops around like a jackass and wonders why he gets called for a technical foul. That's how I saw it. Some people saw it differently. They say Draymond was in a full sprint and Domas snatched him and he's a dirty play and he tried to pull Klay Thompson. I mean, I guess all of a sudden on the national stage, Domantas Sabonis is the dirtiest player in the game. All of a sudden he's Ric Flair in 1986. That's how I saw it.
Well, you didn't see it wrong. And let me start off by saying, let's just go all the way to the side of the Warriors fans, because they want to defend everything that Draymond does. They want to think that he's never in the wrong and that, what he does is right. Let's just say that Domantas Sabonis is this dirty player and grabbed his leg or his ankle on purpose or whatever. It's because Draymond is a sucker. And suckers get suckered into bad decisions. I was tongue in cheek, half joking. The last regular season game between these two. What did I say do? I said, go get me a JoJo English to just say something crazy to Draymond because he's an unhinged individual.
Yeah.
He's an insecure individual, and he's not in control of his emotions. And all you have to do is get in his face a little bit, and he'll give it to you. He'll give it to you. He is a sucker. And I don't mean, I'm not calling the man a sucker, but his actions are those of a sucker. Like, he can be suckered into anything. And let's just say, for instance, Sabonis did that on purpose. It worked because he used the right mark. He knew the right sucker, and Draymond fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
And you know who's notorious for doing that? Draymond Green.
Oh, yeah.
How many people has Draymond Green roped into reacting to something?
Oh, yeah.
He does it all game. Yeah. He does it not every game that he plays, but he does it a lot.
And
it didn't work. He tried.
Oh,
he tried.
I'll go back again. Said it on the show. I said he's going to act like a maniac tomorrow or tonight. He's going to act like a maniac. He's going to do everything he can to be loud and boisterous and try all this mess. Coach Brown have these guys ready, have them prepared for it. 3 different occasions. Draymond seeing the end. He saw it. Jesse, we talked about it. They all saw it. Klay saw it. They're looking at the end right now. They're staring at it. Can they get away from it? Can they, get past this and win this series? Maybe, but they know what they're seeing right now. And on 3 different occasions last night, Draymond was completely unhinged until he got to the point where he got suckered in because he can't control his emotions, because he can't not respond, and he can't do it in an overtly dirty way. I'm just giving, I don't even believe that was the case, but I'm giving Warrior fans everything that they want right now to say Domas is dirty, Domas did it on purpose, or whatever. If he did it on purpose, mission accomplished, because that guy, he's a sucker. He's a sucker. It's as simple as that. And what happened was they got his unhinged self out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And once he left the game, every single time for the final 6 minutes, the Kings got in the paint. They almost scored every time down the floor, because all you had to do was get that sucker out of the game. Mm-hmm. Let him fall for something like we all know he was going to. Mm-hmm. And it'd be a free highway to the lane.
Yeah.
And guess what? He yelling and clapping up. You cost your team the game because you're insecure, you're selfish, and once again, you're a sucker.
I'm gonna take exception to he cost his team the game. I think
they were gonna lose anyway.
I think they were too. I actually think they went on an offensive run with Draymond Green out of the game.
Mm-hmm. Literally did.
Yeah, and I think Draymond for 48 minutes, and I think everyone knows what I mean by that. From the beginning of the game to the end, you can use him. There are things that he could do for you. At the end of the game, when you're trying to make a run, you don't need him. And I think that was pretty apparent last night. Frustratingly, there's more to address with this situation, including Draymond's antics as Domas was on the ground and the play was being reviewed, and the fact that Adam Silver was in attendance. Jason Anderson got a tremendous video. Jason Anderson, the Sacramento, got a tremendous video of Adam Silver's reaction to all of this. We'll talk about that, and we will dive into the game and the tremendous performance from Davion Mitchell. Malik Monk, again, good call, partner. In the hours away from being named NBA Clutch Player of the Year, we'll talk about De'Aaron Fox's performance as well. That's all coming up. We're just getting started. Friend or foe, the phone lines are open for you. 916-909-1320. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, Northern California Sports Leader.
That's right.
ESPN 1320. Make sure we get our man Profound retweeted here. It's great stuff, Profound. I hope you're watching.
Yeah, man. I told you guys on the last regular season game that these guys played, go throw a JoJo English in there. Go throw, please, because Draymond will respond. He'll get his ass teed up. He'll get a suspension because he's not that bright. He's not that bright. He's insecure. He's selfish. He's a selfish basketball player. That was a selfish act. And you can tell he's selfish by all the punk shit he did, standing up there. And that's a selfish act. You just let your team down. You're lucky Sabonis missed the 2 free throws and they didn't score on the possession. That could have been a 4 or 5 point swing. But you don't care because you're Draymond and everybody got to see you with your little antics and all this other stuff. He's a selfish ball player. Always has been.
Yeah. He is. He's also an insecure basketball player.
100% insecure.
Which is ridiculous because he is a good ball player and he has meant a lot to that Warriors
look, man,
team.
He know he ain't that good, bro. I ain't gonna sugarcoat. He knows what it is.
No,
now
now he's not. He's been a good ball player, but his levels of insecurity have never changed. He's been this way forever.
Yeah.
I think he acts out more now because his skills are diminished, and I think that's what you do when it's fading.
Mm-hmm.
You act out. Draymond Green is a legit child. He acts out. Like I would know. I ain't got no kids, but I've seen him act out before. Little badasses. Yeah, that's what he is. He's just a child acting out.
He's out there behaving like a clown, man. All that stuff on Steph Curry's so sick of his ass. He's so sick of this bullshit. He act like a complete clown out there. All that standing up on the bench and man, sit down, man. It's looking like a clown, bro. That was embarrassing, man.
There's
like a straight clown.
Go search. Open up another tab. Search Domantas Sabonis dirty plays in Twitter. You know what comes up?
What's that?
Last night. Search Draymond Green dirty plays. You know what comes up?
Trillions.
A 10-minute compilation of Draymond Green plays that has been viewed 1.7 million times. There's another video, Draymond Green dirty moments. It's 7 minutes. That's been viewed 10,000 times. There's another one, 4 minutes. It's been viewed 1.1 million times.
Draymond,
dude is dirty.
Just the other day,
always has been. Always
slap Harrison in the chest with the backhand.
Yep.
That's what he do, man. That's what he do. But like I said,
when you're
a sorry basketball player, these are the tactics you resort to.
And here's the thing: it's going to get worse over the next few games.
Oh, for sure.
If it ends, sure. if the Kings close this out and it ends, it's going to get worse. That if there's a closeout game in Sacramento, if there's a closeout game anywhere, and he senses it in those final moments, oh, it's going to be bad.
Oh, for sure.
It's going to be bad. It's almost to the point where you're Mike Brown. You got to take everyone off the floor.
Get everybody out. Because he's unhinged, bro. He's unhinged. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna just keep it all the way real. I don't like talking about another black man like that, but it is what it is, man. He's unhinged. He's a maniac, and he is on the same level that Mike Tyson was in the second Evander Holyfield fight. He's that level of unhinged. Be crazy, bro.
Domas is losing an ear.
Can you imagine that? Just Draymond spitting Domas' ear out half court?
It'd be wild.
When you ever seen somebody stomp on somebody's chest like that?
I'm watching a 10-minute compilation of Draymond Green dirty plays. I remember this live because this is the often he got kicked. I got kicked in the Kiwis, mate. that Steven Adams uttered the just punt kick to Steven Adams Kiwis on that play is
he
absurd.
Hit LeBron in the Kiwis.
The first play was his pretty good form shoulder tackle of LeBron James. It was on a football field. It'd be good. Yeah, no, but you know, it's a basketball court.
Right.
We'll get to Drake bars here in just a minute. I do want to. I know we can't close the book on Draymond Green. It's going to be a discussion throughout the day. Like I understand that, but we're not going to diminish what Davion Mitchell and De'Aaron Fox and those guys did, because the fact is tonight is De'Aaron's night. I don't know what De'Aaron Fox is doing tonight, but he's going to be named the NBA Clutch Player of the Year. Tomorrow night, Mike Brown is going to be named the NBA Coach of the Year. And on Thursday, they're going to have an opportunity to go into the Chase Center, which may or may not be a road game for them in terms of the crowd response. And they're going to have an opportunity to go up 3-0. I want to talk about all of that. I want to talk about what I think the Warriors did right yesterday and obviously what the Sacramento Kings did. But what I genuinely wonder is, regardless of how you feel about the Domas and grabbing the leg intentionally, unintentionally, or what you feel about the stomp, there was a systematic failure on behalf of one of the most smoothly run organizations in the league. The fact that no one from the Golden State Warriors grabbed Draymond Green, and I'm not talking players. Players were feeding into it.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that no one from the Golden State Warriors organization grabbed Draymond Green while Domas was still laying on the floor, the officials were reviewing the flagrant foul and stopped him from going to center court on a road game in front of Adam Silver, egging on the crowd as the replay is being shown above. The fact that no one stopped him from standing on the benches and getting into it with the crowd directly behind the Golden State Warriors bench, that's the issue that I think Adam Silver is going to be more pissed off about. That makes the game look bad. That makes the league look bad. And if I'm Adam Silver, I'm calling Draymond Green into my office saying, if you want to go work for Vince McMahon, go work for him. You're not doing that in my organization. You're suspended game 3. You want to go do a podcast? Your ass is suspended game 4. Shut the hell up. Finish this series, and I'll decide what I'm going to do with you later.
Right. No, you're 100% correct. And I look at that Golden State Warriors.
Then I throw
team.
Vince McMahon's card at him. Here, call him. That's what you want to do. You played the professional wrestling role beautifully last night. Yeah. But why Domas is laying on the ground and we're deciding whether you're going to be thrown out of the game or not, you ain't going to do that. You ain't going to show me up. I'm not as strong as David Stern was, but in this moment, I'm channeling his spirit. Get your ass out of my office.
Straight up. He's an unhinged individual. Draymond Green is an unhinged individual. He like I said, I'll just be real. I said it during the break. I don't like talking about another black man like this, but it is what it is. He's an unhinged individual. He is akin to Mike Tyson the night he bit Evander Holyfield's ear off. That is the type of athlete we're talking about right now, the type of unhinged athlete he is. How somebody said it in tweets. How can you call somebody's craziness? How can you call that? Like, I'm watching the games tonight. I can't say nobody else going to be crazy. I can't say nobody else is going to be unhinged. But sure enough, like clockwork, you saw it, Jesse said it. They said, watch tonight. He is going to be unhinged. He's going to do something crazy. I promise you. And he delivered. That is Mike Tyson 96 or whatever that is. That's a dude that can't be trusted. That's a dude that's volatile. And like you mentioned, the Golden State Warriors just sitting there letting it happen. What, they scared of this man?
He's never been punished for it either.
Are they scared of this man? Joe Lacob, Bob Myers, Andre Iguodala, Steve Kerr, y'all scared of him?
They've convinced themselves that he's an important part of their history.
You got Klay Thompson talking about, well, he was running full speed down the court. Klay, you scared of this man?
Klay had to have been high. That don't make any sense.
It's embarrassing, man. All these people walking around like they scared of Draymond Green. That's nasty, bro. That's nasty.
Let's go to the phones for the first time. 916-909-1320. We're going to Dallas? Our brother Magic on here. Magic, what's happening? Magic, we got you, bro?
Hey, what's up, man? Sorry, I don't know if I was on yet.
No, you're good, baby. We got you.
I'm originally from, the Bay Area, Oakland, California. I moved out here a few years ago, but I'm still a Warriors fan. I was a Warriors fan when they were terrible, so I kind of relate with y'all because it reminds me a little bit of We Believe. Now, I do think y'all are in a different situation because We Believe lost the next year and didn't really do anything until we got Steph, and I think you have more continuity to that. But I just wanted to talk about, first of all, Draymond is annoying as a Warriors fan. He is. At this point, it's like I don't necessarily agree with your take on how he, how it happened and all that. But regardless of all that, either way, he missed the last 7 minutes of the game, whether you agree with it or not. Like, you hurt the team by not being there. Sure. And that's 2 series in a row now, because in the finals, when he got ejected, he did the same exact thing. He went to midcourt. He was doing the whole, give it to me, antics, the same exact thing. It just so happened that we won that series. So I think that's probably why the Warriors, players and coaches weren't getting on him for that, because the last time he did it, it was successful. It doesn't excuse it necessarily, but I will say I'm objective as a Warriors fan, right? Like, I respect y'all. I have a healthy respect now more than I did, a week ago. I will say that. But at the same time, I do think there's a chance that the Warriors, win both home games. They are way better at home. The only thing the Warriors have been consistent at this year is being inconsistent. And one of those consistencies is winning at home. So I do think it can turn 2-2 and end up going 7. I could also see you just outmatching and being more athletic and younger, because that's the way that you've looked the last 2 games. And then this being a sweep. Like, I honestly can see it going either way. I didn't expect to say that, but this is the first time I'm really listening to y'all. I've gone back and forth with one of you on Twitter before this past week. So I've enjoyed this kind of new rivalry that's going up, and I appreciate it. I hope that we're able to continue this for years to come.
Appreciate you,
Straight
Magic.
up, man. Appreciate you, big dog.
Yeah, good stuff.
And he was talking some basketball stuff, and we'll get to the basketball stuff. We got plenty of time to talk about that. I want to focus on, it works in the past. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like, I know people don't like me minimizing it and all this other stuff. It only works because you've got other great players.
That's
around
it.
You. That's the only reason. It's not because Draymond's this big motivator or he's a catalyst for anything. He plays like a scrub. I played basketball a lot. This is how individuals who don't have skills, who are scrubs,
Draymond's not
play.
a scrub. He's not a scrub.
I'm not calling
He's
him
not
a scrub. I'm telling you he plays like a scrub. This is how people who don't have talent, who don't have a skill set, this is how they play. You hear all the time, I just give 100% of what I have all the time. I don't have much, but I give 100% all the time, and it's respected. But let's make no bones about it. That's how he plays. Think of any skilled player that you could think of right now that plays the way he plays. You can't. He plays like a scrub.
Let's get Tony Edwards in here. 916-909-1320. Tony, brother, great to meet you the other night, man. What's happening?
Hey, such a pleasure meeting you guys on Saturday. I've had a few opportunities to be in some big games. I was at Lincecum's last no-hitter. My kid never saw me in the way that I was on Saturday night when I met y'all. He's like, Dad, I've never seen you like this. I'm like, dude, those are my dudes. I listen to them every day. Anyway, embarrass myself in front of my kids.
Nah.
Not at all.
It's all good, though. I didn't even care. I was like, yo, man, you're going to see me in my happy place. It's all good. Dad can geek out, too. Anyway, this Draymond thing, Casey, I know you coach. I coach both basketball and baseball. You know, at the kid level, Draymond is that kid that has a little bit of talent, gravitates towards the kids who are the kids, the dudes on the team, tries to put down all the other guys who aren't quite as good, tries to make fun of the other teams when, you know, you're getting on him a little bit, but he's not the dude. He wants to perpetrate. He wants to puff out his chest like he's the dude because he's attached to the dude, right? Draymond's attached to Steph. He's attached to Clay. He wants to puff out his chest. I got all these rings. Now what? But he's just a bully. He's just a bully that's connected to the dudes who are carrying him. So he thinks he can get away with whatever he wants to get away with, just like that kid thinks he can get away with it, right? Until a ref, until an umpire, until a coach sits him down and says, we're not having it anymore.
Yeah, and it seems like nobody in Golden State. Well, at least right now, we'll see if he's back next year. Because I really do believe Steph is sick of this nonsense. Like, it's something all the time with this guy.
Yeah.
And I think Steph is ready to move on. I think Bob Myers might be tired of it. We'll see if Joe Lacob is, Steve Kerr.
Bob may very well say it's him or me.
Yeah,
you want to talk an extension, cool. He's got to go.
Maybe they're cool. They got a good relationship, whatever the case may be.
But let's not forget, Draymond has the control. It's a player option.
He has the player option, but he ain't got no trade clause.
Well, no, but okay, you're gonna be able to trade Draymond, and that's the thing. That's the thing we talked about it like a week or so. Like, if there's a chance to extend Steph a little bit more, because I think that group now is withered down to Steph. Clay's a good player. Clay's not that Clay anymore, though. He's good, not that Clay though. Want him on your team, but you probably need. If Andrew Wiggins is your two, not position-wise, but your second man behind Steph, you need a really, really solid three. Because I don't know if Clay is 3 or 4 at this point.
Yeah, I don't think he is.
So
I mean, he's a great shooter and a great scorer.
He can be.
Yeah.
But can you get that for Draymond?
No, you can't.
And that's what it means. Like,
to be 100% no. Like I said, Draymond just be talking loud, and he just wait for Steph to make the next shot. That's all he does. He just talk loud and wait for Steph to carry him like he's carried him his whole career. I know you don't like when I say that. No, I know you don't like when I minimize, but it is what it is, man.
No,
and if he got drafted by Detroit, he'd be out the league by now. Draymond would.
I don't think he'd be out I don't think he'd be out the league, but he wouldn't be someone we're talking about.
No.
Draymond Green would be insignificant. He wouldn't even be Jaren Jackson.
Hell no. Hell no. Jaren Jackson is 10 times more skilled than Draymond Green.
Let's get Manny in here. 916. We got Drake bars on the way, by the way. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Manny?
What's up, fellas?
What up, Manny?
Look, man, to me, it looked like he grabbed the foot, but only as, like, when you're in that position and your natural reaction is, you know, someone might step on you and you're just trying to avoid the situation. And then Draymond does what Draymond does, and he does what a typical, when you get that one cat that comes into the hood to hoop, knowing he 10 times worse than everybody out there, he just out there running, and this is the only source of play he got is to try to push somebody in the back, an elbow to the face. quote unquote, accidentally and just trying to rile somebody up because that's the only type of play he got left. And like you said, KC, we knew it was coming. We didn't know what game it was going to be, but it was going to happen at some point in the series, especially the way the series has started off. And he did what we needed him to do. That's it.
Manny, you
on the next game.
You on a motorcycle?
Man, they just passed me by. That was probably Draymond trying to get away.
It might be, Manny.
Manny, we knew when it was coming. It was coming in game 2. We all knew when it was coming. We all knew what time it was. And people get mad when I say this, when we say this about Draymond. He never disappoints. He does exactly what we're going to say every time. Every time.
Mm-hmm.
So all the people that get mad when we say, maybe you should listen to what we're saying. Maybe you should listen to what we're saying instead of using your emotions, getting mad because we're talking about your beloved Draymond Green. We told you yesterday afternoon he was going to do something crazy. He did something crazy. We tell you what it is. Like I said, I watch hoop. I've seen Draymond Green. I know how he gets down. I know everything about the Warriors. So that's why I talk the way I talk. That's why I talk with as much bravado as I do. That's why I talk with as much certainty as I do, because I know what the hell I'm talking about, because I watch him. I study him. Been studying him for years. I know Draymond Green. I know what he was about to do. I know all his antics. He did exactly what the scouting report said he was going to do.
Here's Draymond Green in the post-game press conference explaining what happened.
Allow me to expose my colon once again. The ramification inflicted on the incision placed within the fallopian cavities serves to be holistic, taken from the Latin word jalapeno.
Yeah.
The Latin word jalapeno.
Okay. Well, he weighed in. Everybody wanted to hear what he'd say about the situation.
Didn't he say? I think I heard. Didn't he say something stupid? He said something like,
he did.
He must have stomped too hard or something.
That's legitimately what he said.
Selfish individual, man. He don't care. He has no remorse for anything that happened. It's just about Draymond Green. He is one of the more selfish individuals in the NBA right now. Hands down. We could talk about Shavano and all this other stuff. Draymond Green.
Shavano ain't.
Draymond Green, insecure, jealous, and selfish, punched his teammate out because his teammate was about to get paid before he did. His teammate was about to get the money that he thought he deserved. So he held a grudge toward him and punched his teammate out.
I'm not going to utter the entire comment that I made to buddy Jay Gaden. It's inappropriate and it's not okay.
It's not okay.
But he's insecure.
Yeah.
There might have been another word that followed. He's an insecure something or another. But that's ultimately what it boils down to, is this dude is insecure, and this is how insecure people act, which is why his Rudy Gobert tweet will always be funny. Will always be funny. Because, bro, that's you. It's very literally you. You're not Steph. You're not Clay, and it eats at you.
Yeah. And we all know it. As much as you and all the Warrior fans try to convince us that you're equal with Steph and Clay, we know the real, man. You're not equal. They could, y'all get mad when I say it, but they could have replaced you and won. That's the reality of the situation. You couldn't replace Steph and win. You couldn't replace Clay and win.
Yeah.
They could replace you, Draymond, and win. We all see it. Only people that don't see it is Warrior fans who hang on to this whole thing of, if they had Al Horford, they still wouldn't have won. Please, man, you had Steph, Clay, and KD.
You know who I wonder, and this is really like diving into like the psychology of leaders and the psychology of people. You know who I think does know that? Steph Curry.
Absolutely. That's why he's sick of him.
Well, not only is that why he's sick of him, but that's why he's placated him all of these years. Is because he knows how insecure that he is, and he needs that constant.
It's a great point.
It's why Bob Myers constantly, because he knows what an insecure individual Draymond Green is.
That's a great point. He's not strong enough to stand on his own too.
And see, that's and I started thinking about this a little deeper when we were having a conversation about television like 2 years ago. It was on the show, so 2 years ago, or whatever it was. It was a while ago. But all the talk about Draymond Green being on TNT. And when discussing the game, I think he has the ability to be on TNT, but that's not what the show's about. Show's about having fun. And you made a remark about how he can never beat Chuck because Chuck is willing to be a part of self-deprecating humor. He's willing to be poked fun of. He's willing to deal with that. Draymond Green would never, ever be able to sustain a barrage from Shaquille O'Neal. He would get so defensive and angry, and he'd just start screaming across the table. And that kind of opened my eyes to this whole, man, maybe that's why Bob Myers talks about him the way that he does. Maybe that's why Steph Curry talks about him the way he does. I guess to a certain degree, Klay Thompson as well. Yeah. They know how insecure he is, and they're just trying to wrap their arms around him because at this point, you're trying to get through the rest of this season. And this is what we talked about earlier as the season came to a conclusion for the Golden State Warriors is, could they put everything that happened in training camp aside? Could they put all of that aside and just say, let's go win a championship, and then it'll all be over. We don't have to deal with this ever again. Just let's go win a championship and let's keep it moving. And it appears that maybe that's not the case with Draymond Green.
No, what you said is 100% correct, in my opinion. They, like you said, they placate him and they do all this other stuff because they know if they tell him the real, if they're real with him, they'll lose him. He doesn't take criticism well. He doesn't take accountability well. They'll lose him. So to get, like you said, to get through what they need to get through, just pat him on the back and tell him it's going to be all right.
Yeah.
Tell him you're right. Because he's an insecure individual who can't stand on his own too. He needs to feel the love.
Yep.
And feel like he's important.
Yep.
So that's what they do it off. That's a great point.
Here is the real sound from Draymond Green last night.
Can you just walk us through what happened there?
My leg got grabbed. Second time in 2 nights.
Mike Tyson.
Referees just watch it. I got to land my foot somewhere.
Mike Tyson. That's what Mike Tyson said when he bit Evander Holyfield. He said it's second time he headbutted me. So I bit his ear off because he headbutted me. So I bit. That's why I said Mike Tyson. That's what Mike Tyson said. They said, Mike, why'd you do it? Because he headbutted me. I got headbutted twice. So I bit his ear off. First thing he said, what happened there? First thing he said, I got my leg pulled 2 times. It's Mike Tyson, bro. Unhinged individual.
I'm going to look at something before I say it. But one thing I already kind of looked at was he has to land his leg somewhere. Watch how his leg comes down. Whether you're running or you're walking, who brings their leg down like that? He's trying to get up the floor. Okay. I'm not flexible. Okay. That's fine. His leg went straight up, straight down. He looked like Seth Rollins out there.
It really did.
Curb stomp.
Yeah.
And I'm not the most flexible person, so it's not stretching that far.
So you didn't really.
And the crazy, he believes that. Like he is convinced that he had an hour, maybe not an hour, 30, 45 minutes to come up with this. And this is what we got.
See where you were stepping. You just kind of.
I can only step so far and pulling my leg away.
Didn't answer the question. You didn't see where you were. Didn't answer the question.
So
it
is what it is.
What was the explanation they gave? I know they gave him a technical, then obviously you.
The explanation was I stumped too hard.
How hard was that impact? Were you surprised that he was on the ground for that long?
No, I wasn't surprised that he stayed down that long.
You said 2 times you've been held with Sabonis, both times.
No, it was Monk last game, right on the baseline under the rim. So either you're going to stop it. John Goble was looking at Monk hold my leg the last game, and he just let it go. And Zach clearly was watching my leg get held this game and let it go. So I guess ankle grabbing is okay.
How would you describe your actions and the crowd's actions after that? You certainly egged them on. Did you feel you needed to respond to them, or were you hearing anything that you needed to respond to there?
No, I'm just having fun. It's a fun game, fun atmosphere to play in. So it's fun.
It's not fun watching him play. It's not fun. It's not fun for me, someone that likes skillful basketball. It's not fun watching him play. He's not a fun player to watch. He's rather irritating, to be honest with you, because I can go to Cal Fit and watch scrubs play and behave in that way. I don't need to see that scrub stuff on the same on this platform of the greatest players in the game. I don't need all that nonsense, man. I really don't. It's not fun watching him play.
Myself before I said something. So for those who are watching, I'll walk through this for the people who are listening on the radio. But I wanted to find the clip. Brendan Nunez put this up. This is from, I think it's from our broadcast. This was Mark and Katie on the call. But Draymond talking about his leg getting pulled, right? Mm-hmm. So he's talking about his leg getting pulled. Let's take another look. I don't really need to hear Mark as much as I love Mark and Katie. So Draymond's going down, or excuse me, Domas is going down. You see him about to hit. I can't believe we're examining this freaking crap like it's the Zapruder film. But you're seeing Domas go down. He hits Draymond. Watch what Domas does with his hands. And then remember, Draymond's talking about his leg being pulled. Mm-hmm. And again, apologies to those on radio and in the Odyssey app. We'll walk you through this. But here's the play developing. He covers his face. Is there anywhere that he pulled?
He let his hands go.
Again, watch again. There he is. Is he pulling on anything? No, he's covering his face. Who's buying this freaking explanation?
Warriors.
How are you guys stupid enough to believe this?
Warriors fans.
How are y'all riding with this? What are you guys watching? Look at him.
Really embarrassed.
Down. Covers up. He's not pulling anything. Absurd, man. Just absurd. Sports turns people into idiots.
I agree.
Jesus Christ.
I agree.
I don't want to. We need to talk about the game. You know what?
We got bars.
We'll talk. We can't avoid this goof, but we're going to table it for now. Mm-hmm. We're going to talk about Davion Mitchell. We're going to talk about the clutch player of the year, De'Aaron Fox, and what he did defensively. And we're going to continue to talk to you. I know there's some people on the phones. We're going to get to you. And we've got bars on the way.
Yeah, man.
Not just from Kenny. Miss Pete Drake bars coming up as well here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Herbert, Ross, hang tight. We got you. It's D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Absurd. It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Embarrassing.
Bro, Warrior fans defend that dude like he's a child still.
They all defend him like he's a child because he behaves like a child. You said it perfectly, man. Sports brings out the worst in a lot of people. Yeah. Turns people into idiots.
You have the inability to analyze something without the. If Domas has grabbed his leg and pulled, that's Domas's bad. Mm-hmm. It's not what happened. That is absolutely not what happened. Shoot, even Worldwide Wob retweeted Brendan Nunez thing with the caption, "Hey, the local broadcast angle hits a little bit different."
And look, even
see, and this is. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. This just reminds me of the Dallas Mavericks timeout. I don't know how this was covered. We were at the arena so late. We had a Corners of the Culture recording this morning. Mm-hmm. I was laser focused on the game yesterday because I knew I couldn't rewatch it. So I've never seen the television broadcast, and I don't know how the television broadcast went. But I think back to the Dallas Mavericks timeout thing and how poorly that was handled on television. Mm-hmm. And if this was handled the same way, no wonder people are reacting the way that they are. Hey, Charlie. Oh, man. Again? Yeah, I got you. Thank you.
No,
I heard it in here.
I don't know. It didn't go
everywhere. Okay. All right. I got you. Thank you, Charlie.
No, you're 100% right though. Like I said, I don't know. I tried to watch some of the game last night, but my little baby, just a lot going on. I didn't get a chance to watch it. But even then, it was just gonna be the local broadcast. I didn't have the TNT feed, so I don't know how it was being portrayed. But I mean, it's even if Domas, I keep giving everybody the benefit of the doubt to say something. Even if Domas grabbed his foot, how are you just gonna excuse stomping on somebody's chest? That's the way to handle it. That's the way to go about it. And if you feel that's the way to go about it, just know, I tell my son this all the time. I tell my 10-year-old this all the time. You can deem it acceptable to respond in that way. You have to be able to be prepared to take whatever consequences come with that. I may not like somebody on the street, and I'll slap the hell out of somebody. But that may get me in trouble. I may say, hey, it's the only thing that I could have done in that situation. Maybe that was the case. But I know that, hey, if I slap somebody in front of the cops, I'll probably be putting handcuffs. If it's worth it, it's worth it to you. But just know, like, all right, these are the responses.
All of this excitement, and all I can think about is, why is my stupid ass wearing a turtleneck right now?
It was a little chilly out there this morning.
Is it chilly in here?
Oh, it's always chilly.
Oh, wait.
When we turned the heat up yesterday,
I'm talking about Draymond Green. I'm in here sweating. Sweating. So we've got 916-909-1320. Let's make sure we got Herbert, we got Ross, we got TC. No one hang up. We got you. We've got business to attend to, and business always starts with my partner. You let me know when you're ready.
Hey, man, lost in all this nonsense. The Sacramento Kings go up 2-0 on the Golden State Warriors in their best of 7 series. 114, 106. Oh, them bars are coming. 40. Hit me with the beat, man. Yeah. I already know what it is, man. I was just vibing out. Shout out to Floyd, TNT. You know what it is. All work is easy work. Big ups. Let's get at it. Too many ops, they don't want me to win. Too much fake love spreading, it should all be a sin. Need more real love. What's the 411? Black bottles being popped, overlooking the golden one. Look, nasty when role players think they stars. If it wasn't for the stars, we wouldn't even know who the hell you are. Those Steph rings, skin thicker than a Pringle. Insecurity is loud when you miss a triple single. Yeah. I said insecurity is loud when you miss a triple single. Yeah. You know what it is. Insecurity. The guy is unhinged. He should be suspended 1 game. But the Warriors are going to coddle him and try to hope that he doesn't. It doesn't matter to the Warriors.
Game 3 watch party coming up Thursday night at Public House in downtown Sacramento. Come through. Get there early. We're going to be hanging out. We're going to be watching basketball together, and of course the Game 4 watch party, the big one on Sunday inside 32 Brew Street at Sky River Casino. Make your plans to be with us. Shout out to Empress Gym. We're going to be lighting the beam all Sunday afternoon as part of our Game 4 watch party at Sky River Casino.
Man.
So make your plans to be with us. Game 3 Public House downtown. Game 4 Sky River Casino. Come hang with D-Lo and KC. Before we get to these phone lines, the long-awaited bars from Miss P. Let's
go.
Let's run these live, baby. Miss P. And I just got got some more DMs.
We got more bars.
We got more bars.
I told you we putting a Violator album on these.
Miss
P on the mic. This is dedicated to my girl Coco. They thought it was a no-go. Playoffs, baby. Yeah. We lit the beam on them 48 times, leaving haters in the breeze like a set of wind chimes. Upgraded red velvet over a Bahama breeze. Yeah, that was a full Shavano squeeze. Get rid of him, damn, I'm begging you please. Flip 24, out the door. It ain't giving core no more. It was hard to stay sober when Buddy Shop was so bipolar. But shout out to Hallie, All-Star, we see you shining. But we got one of our own, number 10, he stayed diamond. Add a +1 to that RSV, PG, Fox 5, fourth quarter, MVP. Go back to them cats when O was 5 and 5 was O. Now they pros. Kudos to Double M for reviving that duo. Most nights he's giving you off nights, igniting you into a frenzy. Says he could go for miles, but my guy Lyle's gonna leave you saying, Trey area. Dub Nation, better take heed. This Beam team gon' make a scene. Not warriors about a dub when you play my team. We ain't bros. Splashing your pool party like Draymond Green. Now light the
Hey, Miss P. That's the wrong button. Let's go, Miss P. Let's go, Miss P.
Go, man. She had like a young M-A-fo right there. Boy.
She has some
I love how
lines
she
in
spent
there.
half of the first verse just trashing Buddy.
Oh yeah, 100%. And that's the most on brand Miss P thing ever. I'm coming. I'm
So
getting
it was
my
hard to
bars.
stay sober watching.
We keeping that one on file, man. We're gonna run that regularly. Shout out Miss P for dropping the bars. Jacob got back in his bag.
Uh-oh.
We'll run some more Drake bars for you here as we roll along. Don't want to keep our brother Herbert waiting any longer. 916-909-1320. Herbert, what's happening, baby?
Hey, yo, like the theme. What's up with the homies?
Yes, sir. You know what it is, baby.
Guy, you know what it is, boy.
Hey, y'all smell that?
What you got?
And I smell blood in the water. I smell blood in the water.
I think the Kings do too. Man.
Come on, man. 2-0, headed back to the Bay.
Yeah. Got to be a shark, baby. If there's blood in the water, you got to be a shark.
I think they're getting at least one of them things in Golden State. I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I ain't going to say I was a one-man wolf pack, but I told everybody what was going to happen yesterday. The Kings winning by 8 to 11 points.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I got a read on this series. I got the pulse of it. I don't always have the pulse, but on this series, I got the pulse of it.
You ain't missed.
Jesse got the pulse too. Jesse didn't see it. He know what time it is.
Boy, Jesse came in here fired.
You know what time it is.
The F up.
I told you guys a month ago, like a month and a half ago, was Steph and some dudes. I told you guys. This team all season was bad all season.
Steph and some dudes.
To be clear, you said it way funnier than that.
Steph and some dudes.
I mean, Draymond, Clay been writing checks that Steph has to cash, and then, like I said, Davion Mitchell is the bank teller right now. It's not happening right now. I called it. All right, I don't mean to pat myself on the back, but this team has not been good all season. Okay. The only reason why I tweeted yesterday, the only reason why if the Kings win, this is going to be an upset is because nobody else watched the Kings this season. This is not that shocking.
Yeah.
Jesse is a Celtics fan. There's not a Kings
I'm not a
fan
Kings fan. I'm not a Kings fan.
Just been that real.
Yeah, and yeah, Jesse's been on this for a while. You've been on this series since it started. I have admittedly still have the ghost of my belief that the Golden State Warriors were the second best team in the NBA Finals last year for 4.5 games. And that sits in my head. Now, the difference is, or it's not a difference yet because we're only 2 games into it, is they managed to steal a couple of those games even that they didn't play well in. And that's the magic of Steph Curry and some of those guys that they have on that roster. The question is, will they be able to trump up enough magic to get one of these? Because one thing that I feel like we've been pretty clear on is the entire season tells you that the Sacramento Kings are a better basketball team than the Golden State Warriors. There's nothing hot take about that. Doesn't mean the Sacramento Kings organization is better than the Golden State Warriors. Doesn't mean that the Sacramento Kings are better than the 2016 Golden State Warriors. It means these two teams in this season that are playing each other right now, the Sacramento Kings are better. And so much about what the Warriors were doing was going to be a if. If Andrew Wiggins, if Steph Curry, if Klay Thompson. Remember when Butcher Boy cut that promo on us on 95.7 talking about don't let Draymond Green do something? Well, Butch, he's not. And he's not going to. You can give me the if on Andrew Wiggins. You can give me the if on Steph. I tweeted on Sunday. I was watching the replay of the game. I was at the Golden One Center on Saturday. We saw the beam. We were outside till midnight looking at the beam.
Yeah.
I still got nervous when Steph had the ball in his hands watching the replay of the game. He's one of one. Don't let Draymond Green get going. But she ain't going to do that. And these ifs that you so desperately needed to fall into place haven't. Well, we asked you, have you watched the way that De'Aaron has played defense? I know Bonte's in his feelings about his words regarding Davion Mitchell. He hasn't watched Davion Mitchell play defense.
Unsolicited. He said that unsolicited. That was his words, unsolicited.
That's what he does, and that's the danger of being a fan with a radio show. Is sometimes you can't objectively cover this. Davion is great at what he does. There isn't a single one of those 19,000 people that were surprised by his defense on Steph Curry. But we talked about this on Sunday night on CBS. You can't stop Steph Curry. You get in front of him, you make life as difficult as possible for him, and you try to make those threes that he can hit as difficult and as frustrating as possible. That's exactly what Davion did. That's exactly what De'Aaron did. There were 19,000 people at the arena last night. God knows how many Kings fans watching at home on TV. No one was surprised by what they saw. Stephen A. is surprised by what he saw because he's not watching. Colin Cowherd's doing think pieces on the Sacramento Kings right now that he stole from Kyle Madsen because he hasn't been watching. Bonte Hill, Butcher Boy, they haven't been watching. This is all new to them, and they're shook. It's your original line about the Golden State Warriors. They don't watch basketball outside of their team. That's all they watch. So they're shocked as hell when they see them getting their ass kicked by the Sacramento Kings.
And the whole thing about that is if you only watch the Warriors, that's fine. Like, for the most part, like, I mean, it's more than this. I watch more than just the 49ers, but that's all I really care about is the 49ers. I'm not how many times I say all the time, I ain't watching Thursday night football. Games be trash, right? I'm not interested in that. You know what I mean? But this is my job. So I do watch Thursday night football. I do watch all the other football. And that's why I'm knowledgeable in what I'm able to talk about when I talk about other teams.
But
I
hate
understand.
Thursday night football,
I hate
though.
Thursday night football. It is garbage.
I think we all hate Thursday night football, to be fair.
But you know, when I say that, it's because I've seen these teams and I understand.
No.
You know what I mean? And so many times over the course of the last week and a half, Warriors fans, Warriors media have just shown they're not watching. They're not watching. I don't think, Damian, I know they have fun with the backhand comment and all this other stuff. I mean, sprinkled in there, but you don't really pay attention. There was a bunch of compliments for the Warriors and all this other stuff, but they have fun with that. But other than that, like when we're really talking about basketball and talking about the series, we hadn't disrespected the Warriors at all.
No.
And we're not going to start now. It's only 2-0. It's only 2-0.
Series is over
They're the
when you win
defending
4.
champions.
Yep.
They're going home. They could easily win the next 2 games.
One of the best teams at home.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's all we've done the whole time is show respect for what the Warriors have been in the past and what they could be in this series. And that's not going to change.
But the caveat has always been this year isn't last year.
That's it.
This year isn't 2016. When you talk about the Warriors, their fans, their media, they take it as an indictment of their dynasty.
Right.
We're not talking about your dynasty. Sacramento Kings can't beat the 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20 Warriors. That's not who they're playing. Well, they could beat the 2020 Warriors, but not those other teams I named. They're playing this 2023 version. It's the only team that they can play. Right now, they're better.
They're better.
I think they've been better for the entire season.
Absolutely. And they want to chalk that up to health. And, you know, they didn't care about the regular season. So, and the Kings did. That's why they were better. That's fine. That's fine. I watched the games. I watched them when they were healthy, when the Warriors were healthy, watched them when they weren't healthy, watched them when they got healthy again, watched them when they had everybody there. I watched the Kings all year long. And all we're saying is you got to put some respect on what the Kings are able to do.
Yeah.
This isn't the Warriors just aren't playing their game. No, actually they are playing their game. A bunch of turnovers. That's what they do.
That's it.
No defense. That's what they do.
Smartest man in Warriors media is John Dickinson. Will the Kings be what they've been all year, or the Warriors be something different? And so far, the answer is yes and no. The Kings have been exactly what they've been this year, with a few improvements the last couple of games, particularly yesterday on top. Can the Warriors be something different? 2 games in, the emphatic answer is no. They cannot. And the story really of yesterday's game, particularly early, when the Kings couldn't hit a 3, when they started 0 of 10, finished the first quarter 1 of 13. The reason the game was what it was is because the Warriors did what they did all year long, and that was turn the ball over. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. You can watch in visual form as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. We welcome all the Warriors fans in. Looking for some fresh content over here at ESPN 1320.
What's up, man? How are the Warrior fans doing? Hopefully you guys listen with open ears and learn something, as opposed to being defensive and sensitive. Warriors fan base is in shambles right now. The media is in shambles. They're melting down.
They're fighting with each other.
I mean, it is. Look, the Warrior Dubs fans are Draymond Green. They're petulant children. They can't handle any type of adversity, and they want to look to blame other people for things not going their way. They're Draymond. That's why they like Draymond so much, because they behave the same way when things don't go their way. The petulant childs. Sabonis. Draymond should have stomped on Sabonis's face. Should have stomped on his neck. All this other stuff. That's what they're saying out here. Like, it's to me, it's hilarious. I was laughing my ass off all morning long. All morning long at the meltdowns that were going on Twitter and on the radio. It was hilarious.
Shout out to, by the way, there is proof on social media that I was up till 1 o'clock last night. Just let that be known. Let it be known. There's time stamps.
Live with Sarah, like at 11:30.
No, it was recorded at like 11:15. She's like, this is so funny. So just real quick, I want to get back to the phones. Sarah and I are doing our hit for CBS. It's live to tape. So the idea was do it live, get it sent there, and it ready to roll. Literally, I think 12, 13 minutes later. Out of the corner of my eye, I'm talking. Out of the corner of my eye, I see her photog move his hand, kind of a clear sign of wrap up. So I wrapped up, and Sarah kept going. And I thought, oh, he was just wrapping me up. Like, all right, cool. My bad. Sarah goes for like 3 more minutes. And we end it, and she asked him, hey, was that too long? And the guy goes, yeah. Yeah. Oh, like how long? Like way too long. So I was like, bro, I saw you wrap up.
Yeah.
I thought we were done, but then I realized maybe you were wrapping me up. He was like, no, I was trying to wrap up the segment. Yeah. And Sarah fired off like 3 more questions.
TV is like hectic.
It's tough. It's tough because we get in here. We have an idea of what we're doing. Like, we know what we're doing, but our conversations are organic and they just kind of flow. That is not how TV works. Like, Sarah has to have, like, it is strict time constraints, videos, B-roll, all sorts of, it's a whole different animal. I don't know if I could do it. We'd be 2 minutes. We'd be 2 minutes into a 3.5 minute segment, and we wouldn't even have said what we were supposed to have said yet.
We were talking about wrestling analogies.
Probably. Hey, that's why CBS we'll just bring you guys on in short spurts. We're not gonna give you any keys to the building. 916-909-1320. Let's get our brother Luke in here. Ross, our brother Ross in here. Ross, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I'm going to give you the coach's take today.
Let's go.
All right, coach.
Hey, but first and foremost, man, I want to give you guys a shout out. I love this show. I've been listening to you guys a couple years. Win or lose, equally entertaining show. Not easy to do. So I just wanted to get out of the way real quick.
Thank you, brother.
I want to give a shout out to Mike Brown. This man knows how to stay in every single moment and figure the game out. Last night's game, he sees they're not calling anything. Okay, let's play Davion Mitchell 30 minutes and, play physical, you guys. They're not calling it, then play physical until they call it. I think everything changed game 1 at halftime. He was interviewed on the national TV, and he said, we got to start pushing the pace because the Warriors defense was clamping us in the half court. Ever since then, he said, forget shooting the last 10 seconds of the shot clock. Shoot the first 10 seconds of the shot clock. That's going to be where your quality baskets are. Team listens to him. Fox goes downhill. First pass to a wide open guy. They've been letting it fly ever since. So I think that single adjustment has been the biggest thing to just give them an advantage in this series.
It's great stuff,
Yeah,
Ross. We appreciate
spoken
you.
like a coach, like you were a head coach in the NBA before.
Yeah, because he definitely wasn't. It was definitely not Luke from Cleveland. He's our man, Ross. Well, Luke is a little busy right now.
A little bit. They play tonight. Yeah,
They
do.
do.
Boston
Yeah,
is on
NBA TV. Let's go.
That's crazy.
Damn Hawks. Yeah, but I'm out of pocket for saying that the Warriors wouldn't have gotten 4 primetime slots without the Sacramento Kings. Meanwhile, the Boston freaking Celtics are on NBA TV because they're stuck playing the Hawks.
Damn you, Trae Young.
Still over there talking about that, too. Let's get our guy TC in here. TC, what's good, baby?
Yo, what's up with my two brothers?
What up, TC? 2-0. Kings
Man,
up 2-0 right now.
Man, you know we up 2-0. Man, I just got a few points. Jesse, give me a minute. So look, first and foremost, like when I called in earlier in the season when we went on our little stretch, that little 7-game stretch, I said Mike Brown got these dudes on a string. Everybody's moving as one. And what I mean by one is Mike told these guys going into this series, don't get caught up in the Warriors' antics. Draymond, Curry kicking out his leg, Klay Thompson chirping. Don't get caught up in that. And his team is doing good, not getting caught up in the madness. That's what the Warriors do. If they can't blow you out from the jump, then they start with all their antics, and when you fall into that, then you lose focus as a team, bro, and you lose. We're dialed in, we're focused.
No doubt.
100%, man.
Boy, they're on to Jesse. They're on to Jesse.
I'm going to keep it real. I won't slide you down if you get to your points. You don't get to your points, I'm going to slide you down.
Hope Kamara's listening. Nah, I was kidding, Kamara. I know Kamara's listening. He's definitely listening. Let's get it would have helped if I hadn't closed the CJ. That's exactly what I was going to say. What's going on, CJ? CJ. All right. CJ didn't want to talk to us.
Okay.
Is that CJ?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you. What's up, bro?
Okay, my bad. What's up, y'all? Hey, first thing I wanted to say is, everyone's talking about how Golden State has one of the best home records, but honestly, they check the standings. Sacramento is actually one of the best road teams in the West.
Yeah.
So we might be better out there than at home, honestly.
I think they're going to get one in Golden State. I really do. This team plays well on the road, like CJ just said. And also, they're the better team.
Yeah.
They're better than this Warriors team. The Warriors have shown they've searched high and low. Moses Moody started the second quarter. Or started the second half.
that was a wild.
Moses Moody.
It was as wild as that soundbite.
Moses Moody started the second half. Steve Kerr is searching. Jonathan Kuminga got played off the floor. He played his little 4 minutes. Fox blew by him a couple times, and I can't play this guy. We saw JaMychal Green minutes.
Yeah.
Kevon Looney, who was supposed to be the Domas stopper, got played off the floor. Yeah. And when he came back into the game after Draymond was unhinged and got thrown out of the game, it was paint touches every single time down court.
Yeah.
And the Kings were getting buckets every single time. If Steph Curry don't go for 40 and Klay don't go for 30 in the same game, they can't win.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins was phenomenal last night, and it really didn't matter.
I feel like too, like if you after these two games, like if the Kings had their 3-point shot, I don't think these games would be close. I think these would both be blowouts.
So I had an exchange with someone on social media about that, where they were like, the Kings played their 2 best games. They threw their best shot at the Golden State Warriors, and now they're going to San Francisco, and it's like, oh, okay, brother, I appreciate you. Thanks for reaching out. You have not seen a Kings basketball game before. They shot, what was the percentage last night? They shot 23% from 3. 23%.
For 10.
Like, you think you've got the Kings' best shot when they shot 23% from 3? When you've got guys who have hit a combined 400 threes in the season, have hit 2, and both of them from Kevin Huerter?
It's crazy.
Yesterday?
That's crazy.
Come on, man. What are we doing? It's okay to say, it's okay to drop the Shaq meme. I apologize. I was not familiar with your game.
It's ain't nothing wrong with that.
It's okay to drop that meme about the Kings and keep it moving.
There ain't nothing wrong with the Kings. They've had some good individual performances, but as a group, as a collective group, they haven't played well in these first two games. They've played worse than the Warriors have as a group.
Yeah.
The Warriors have done what they do. They have been about what their average is. Their scoring average, the individual scores, the turnovers, the fouls. They've done what they've done all year. The Kings have played below what they've played all year as a team and as individuals. And they're still finding ways to win. I think they're gonna get one and Golden State.
I'm gonna star this. This is a good message from Drew down here. I still feel confident that the role players for the Dubs will play better at home. That's always something we hear about often is role players playing better at home. Yeah, we'll talk more about that. I want to make sure because we got Chris Biderman coming up in just a couple minutes. I want to get to
Uncle Looney. Dubs are awful yesterday. Tons of unforced errors. That's what they do.
Yeah, that's what they've been doing.
That's
all
what
year.
they do.
Yeah.
What are you watching? Am I watching your team more than you? That's what they do.
That's what they've done all year, and that's like the people who really analyze the Warriors. That's been their concern is if they turn the ball over against the team that runs, what are you going to do? What we saw, and Jesse's 100% right. The threes dropped. These games aren't close.
Right.
Let's get J Dub in here. J Dub, appreciate you, man. What's going on?
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
Randy Savage, J-Dub, actually impersonation. That Draymond stomp was nothing that I couldn't have taken from some Hogan's bonus. Anyways, go Kings, love you guys. Yeah.
I really don't know what that was like a mix of like Macho Man and Triple H. There was a lot going on there.
It was a little Triple H.
There was a little Triple H in there. Let's get Lazy Scorsese in here. Lazy, what's happening?
Yo, D-Lo and Casey, what's good, guys?
What's up,
Hey,
HAL?
What's poppin', man? Hey, quick comment, quick question. Jesse, give me some time here.
Oh, boy.
My comment is, D-Lo and Casey, you guys both have hit on this today. It's kind of about perspective. A lot of casual fans think this is still the old Warriors that are still really good, and a lot of casual fans haven't been watching the Kings and still think this is bad, the old Kings. What do you think it's going to take for people really to wake up? Let's say they get past the Warriors. If they beat the Lakers or
They
Memphis,
have to go to the conference finals. They have to beat the Warriors and the Lakers.
Yep.
And even then,
and if they play Phoenix, it's not going to get no respect.
Yeah, even then, I don't know how much they'll be talking about them, but they have to win 2 series. Like beating Golden State is like everyone saw today. They're still not talking about the Kings. It's not a conversation. The conversation is around the Warriors. Our buddy Chris Biderman is here. We'll talk about the last couple of games with him. Of course, he'll be in San Francisco. We'll talk about what's ahead for the Sacramento Kings, and we'll do that when we return here on D-Lo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action over at Sky River Casino, the home of our Game 4 watch party. Chris Biderman joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Maybe no, just for now, just audio, and I'll see if I can get a Empress Chin graphic up here to spice that one up a little bit. Anytime we mention Empress Chin, yeah. So what's up, Chris?
What's up, boys? How you guys doing?
What up, big dog?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm tired.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, nice.
I don't know what it is with these playoff availabilities, but typically, like for a regular season home game, I'm out of there at like 11:30, written, reported, everything good to go. Yeah. I didn't get out of the arena until midnight last night, and I hadn't even started writing yet.
Oh wow!
So
when did you leave last night?
I left at midnight, but I didn't. I don't think I filed my story until like 1:30 or 2. So it was a sleep-in morning, and I'm not upset at all. The Kings don't have practice.
Yeah, I parted with your partner J.A. from the press room around 11.
Yeah.
And he hadn't started writing either. He was just like, I'm not leaving. I'm just going somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like, damn, man, you guys got it.
We're going all in. I mean, I respect it, but it's like, some of these NBA guys take a while to to get their treatment and do all that stuff before they want to talk to the media. So it's cool, but it's just late nights for the playoffs. So I'm just trying to catch up on sleep wherever I can.
It's cool to see you, and I mean, obviously you and JR are always there, but like Joe Davidson is there.
Yeah.
Like the
Do
coverage
you
is-
see he got Charles Barkley on the phone yesterday? Did you see that story?
I did see that story. Yeah.
Yeah, Chuck had a lot of positive things to say about the Kings and all that. So
Chuck likes Sacramento,
he does. He does.
meaning the city. Like I know he likes the city.
Yeah, he likes the city. I think he likes Kings fans for the most part.
Yeah, I think it does too.
I think he's one of the few people in the national media who picked the Kings in the series and is. I mean, he perpetually picks against the Warriors, so maybe that's part of it. But no, he's got the Kings in this one.
A family friend of mine. Shout out to Drake UU, by the way. Shout out to Drake UU. Big ups. The people that were sitting behind us, family friends,
Wonderful people.
Yeah, family friends. She was telling me her first cousin is Mike Wilbon.
Oh, okay.
And she texts with him all the time, and he's always texting her, "Light the beam."
That's awesome.
He's like all in on what's going on, man.
Mike's a good dude. You ever meet him in person? He is a quality human.
Yeah, Mike is awesome. Mike is tremendous. I met Michael Jordan because of Michael Wilbon.
Oh, there you go. A couple quality name drops right there. I respect
Yeah,
that.
that's a good one. Well, I'll give you a third one. Michael Jordan, Michael Wilbon, and Stuart Scott.
Oh, there you go. Wow. In the same night? Was this like the same event?
Yeah, it was Wilbon's. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
That would have been. But I'll tell you what it was later because
Okay.
I could have. I don't want to come across like a dick, but it was a pretty cool night.
Cool.
Pretty cool night for sure. Oh, we're not even on the radio. I can tell you, like Chatty House doesn't care. We were at Wilbon had a party at his house in Scottsdale at one of the All-Star games.
Oh, okay. Like 2008 or 2009, one of those?
Checks out. Yeah. It was when Steve got fired.
Okay.
When Steve got fired from the Suns, when he was the
Sure.
general manager, it was that year.
Got it. Okay.
I heard Mike talk about. I heard Michael Jordan. Mike, me and Mike are really, really close. Hang on, we're coming back.
Cool.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on 98.5 FM, HD2, ESPN 1320 AM, live in visual form on Twitch and YouTube as well. If you're watching on either one of the video streaming platforms, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe buttons wherever you are, whoever you're a fan of. We're so happy that you're here. And obviously, we're thrilled that our buddy Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee is here. Sacramento Bee is doing a great job of covering the Kings playoff run here, which, Chris, it feels like this thing might keep going. They're up 2-0 on the Golden State Warriors. And I know we've got to talk about the incident with Draymond Green and Domantas Sabonis, but I'd like to start with the game.
Mhm.
What were your takeaways outside of that ridiculous WWE moment? What was your takeaways from the game and why the Kings are able to be up 2-0 in this series?
I think the first two games both fall in under the same category for me. I think the Kings' physicality is really what's standing out, right? They're being the aggressors. They're being more physical. They're playing better defense than at any point in the regular season. And those were really the big questions coming into the series, right? Because Mike Brown, you look at, the games against the Celtics and the Bucks and, the 76ers. And there were a handful of games that the Kings lost this year. And the first thing Mike Brown said in his post-game press conferences was, we got to play with more physicality and play better defense. And they've been the more physical team than the seasoned, experienced Golden State Warriors, which I think is ultimately the biggest reason why they're up 2-0 so far. And so that physicality is allowing them to be the better rebounding team. They're turning the ball over less, and they're benefiting off the Warriors' turnovers and beating them in points off turnovers, right? So they're just out. They're bringing the fight to the Warriors, and I think it's a little unique too because, and this was brought up I think by Kendra Andrews post game last night, that the Warriors typically in a series get an advantage when they speed up against their opponents. When they go small, you remember 2015, right? Draymond Green gets inserted into the starting lineup. They play faster. They run they run a lot of teams with big centers off the floor. They can't really do that against the Kings. And I think this is kind of the first time they've met a team in the postseason that likes to play as fast, if not faster than they do. So you pair that physicality with the fact that the Warriors can't reach that extra gear by playing faster than their opponent. I think those are the reasons that the Kings are ultimately up. And then you're getting, De'Aaron Fox doing his thing in the fourth quarter, and the Kings just out executing the Warriors down the stretch, making fewer mistakes, and just being the better team through 2 games. And so now the series switches, and going to San Francisco for games 3 and 4 will be an entirely new test. But I mean, given the questions we had about the Kings, or I had about the Kings coming into this series, I think the first 2 games couldn't have gone much better.
Chris, are the Sacramento Kings, let's preface it because people seem to get, things mangled up and confused.
Are you talking on Twitter? Are people talking about the series on Twitter?
A little bit. Are the 2022-2023 Sacramento Kings just better than the 2022-2023 Golden State Warriors?
They have been. I mean, they have been, right? They were pretty much all season. They were in the first 2 games of this series. So there isn't really any evidence to say in this moment, as we speak right now, that the Warriors are better than the Kings, because, everything that we know about the Warriors has a lot more to do with their history and their championship pedigree than, the evidence we've seen this year. Like, the Kings have not dealt with injuries throughout the season that the Warriors have. The Kings bench has been far more stable, and there haven't been moving pieces and rotation changes and, Gary Payton coming in via trade. Like, the Kings have had stability beyond their starting lineup has been super stable, and their bench has been super stable. And they haven't had a roller coaster season the way the Warriors have. So I think if right now in this moment, based on the fact that, the Kings were the higher seed, the Kings had far more stability during the regular season, more consistency during the regular season, the fact that the Kings had the best record in the Western Conference on the road, while the Warriors were one of the worst teams in the NBA on the road. Yeah, I think right now all the evidence suggests that the Kings are the better team right now, but they play a 7-game series for a reason. And it's not over after 2 games. And I think the Warriors, correctly pointed out, Steph Curry pointed out after the game, and I believe this to a certain extent, but the old adage, it might be cliche, is the series doesn't start until a road team wins a game, right? So if the Kings go into Chase and split 1 of 2 or win both those games, obviously the series will be over in a sweep in that sense. But I just think, and I agree with Mike Brown, who said this, repeatedly, as the series goes on, it's going to get more difficult and more difficult. And going to Chase, where the Warriors have been one of the best home teams in the NBA, is going to be a drastically different type of test than playing in Golden 1, where, the entire city has the Kings back, and there are no Warriors fans in the building, which was somewhat of a surprise too.
How much credit, Chris, does Sacramento deserve for kind of the turnovers that Golden State has been committing? And, and I'm not trying to lead your answer here by saying the off night that some of their guys had, particularly in the fourth quarter and in the most clutch moments. It felt like the Kings defense got a bit stingier.
Yeah, and this is why, Mike Brown is probably the perfect coach for the Kings to have in this series, because he knows exactly what the Warriors' issues are, and their issues are being loose with the ball and kind of throwing, lazy passes and easily interceptable or deflectable passes. And the Kings are in tune with that. They understand that there are going to be opportunities to turn the ball over, and there are going to be opportunities to pressure the Warriors on the perimeter in ways that they typically aren't. And so I think De'Aaron Fox deserves a lot of credit for his on-ball defense. Davion Mitchell has obviously been really good with his on-ball defense. I think there are times when Domantas Sabonis and double teams and switches is handling himself better than I really anticipated, but there are also times where it looks like a layup line for certain stretches. But no, I think the Kings and Mike Brown in particular deserve a lot of credit, because Mike Brown knows all their actions, right? He knows what their weaknesses are. He knows they can be loose with the ball. And with the Kings being so attentive to having their hands up and anticipating some of these passes and always trying to be in passing lanes and not overplaying one side and allowing backdoor cuts or allowing guys to get open on the perimeter has just really gummed things up for the Warriors so far. And that's really been one of the stories of the series. They're being physical, and Mike Brown has given them a ton of really helpful information, it would seem, based on how they're playing defense. And that's, that to me is a huge factor in why the Kings are where they are right now, is because I don't know if there's another coach in the league who would have the Kings playing this type of defense against that team in particular, given that Mike Brown was on the Warriors staff for 6 seasons before this one.
I want to go to the Warriors side here, and I know we're in Sacramento, but I want to figure this out for the Warriors. If you're Steve Kerr, what are you doing right now? What are you saying to try and turn this series around? Like, what's the strategy for the Warriors right now after these first 2 games?
Yeah, he talked about it post game last night. Like, they're perpetually in that mode where they're trying to find the balance of playing with fluidity, playing with motion, and not turning the ball over, right? Like, their game is predicated on player movement and making smart passes and all of that, but they tend to get loose with it, and they tend to try to, Mike Brown talked about it in the beginning of the season, right? Like, no, we don't need to hit a home run with every pass. We just need to keep hitting singles. And I think Steve Kerr is very much in that mode where he's trying to find the balance of, okay, we need to make good passes and we need to set ourselves up to create better shots, but we also can't be turning the ball over, and we have to be smarter with those passes. So, the Warriors really, they didn't appear all that worried. Like, they are still, the way they're talking, like Draymond Green mentioned it. He was like, yeah, we've never been down 0-2, but we've conquered every other challenge in front of us before. So this one's going to be fun, right? Like, that was more or less his quote. And I guess when you win 4 championships and you never lost a Western Conference playoff series, you can have that confidence. But this is a different Warriors team, right? Like, that the old Warriors teams had a peak version of Andre Iguodala, who was, an elite defensive player who could guard 1 through 4. And was also a really smart offensive player who wouldn't turn the ball over, who was a really good passer, and who could finish on fast breaks and all those things. Like, they're really missing that type of player because Jordan Poole isn't it in the series. Dante DiVincenzo, cannot guard De'Aaron Fox, or at least he didn't in the first 2 games. So in terms of the Warriors, like, they're sort of falling back on their history and the confidence that gives them. But they've only been down by 2 games in a series once, and that was the Western Conference Finals in 2016 when they came back from a 3-1 deficit to beat Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook. That was a long time ago, obviously. So we'll see if the Warriors, if that line of thinking is effective enough. But they just have to play a lot better. They have to bring the fight to the Kings, and the Kings have clearly brought the fight to them. And I think it's had the Warriors on their heels in the first 2 games so far.
Chris, you're around this team a lot at practices, shoot-arounds, all these media scrums and so on. One thing that's really stood out to me is it feels like, at least on the surface, that this team is laser-focused. There's been a lot of talk of experience and emotion and overwhelming moments. We were all at the Golden One Center on Saturday, and we recognized what a moment that was. I think even De'Aaron acknowledged it. Harrison Barnes acknowledged it, but they were able to get over that really quickly. And it feels like they've really zeroed in on the task. Mike has been adamant from jump. This isn't just about reaching the playoffs. We've got the same goals that everybody else has. Have you picked up on that? Like, is their focus, are they as locked in as they appear on the outside?
Yeah, you could go back to January and February when it was like very apparent that this team was real and had a chance to surpass the expectation coming into the season that they were, a play-in team or trying to get at least into the play-in, right? They were like, no, we're better than that. And they, you can go back and when they won their 41st game and everyone, they're getting questions about, oh, it's the first time you guys have been over 500 in forever. They're like, yeah, we kind of expected this. Like, we never really cared about being better than 500. And I think the same could be said for the playoff stuff, at least leading into it. Like, when they clinched the playoff berth, they obviously talked about how good it was for the city of Sacramento and the fans and all of that. But they would always mention, like, we have far bigger goals than just reaching the playoffs. They want to be a team that gets to the playoffs every year. And they want to be a team that can win multiple playoff series every year and potentially get to the level where they think they can contend for championships. Like that is ultimately their goal. So they've been locked in on that with that mindset all season, despite the outside chatter about, wow, it's so cool that this team's over 500 for the first time in 16 years, or oh, wow, it's so cool this team's clinched the playoffs for the first time since 2006. They've been like, yeah, that's great, but like we knew in training camp, once we saw what this roster was capable of, and once we learned about Mike Brown and what his messaging is and how he's coaching us, that we're a far better team than somebody who could just snap this 500 streak or snap this playoff streak. So I think this is kind of a culmination of that, right? Like they've had this mindset that they're far better than a team that can just reach the playoffs. They think they can win playoff series, and so far through 2 games in round 1, that's what it's looking like.
Yeah,
Casey, I'm sorry. I have our segue here, unfortunately. From Shams Charania, it's looking unlikely Warriors forward Draymond Green will be suspended for Game 3 versus the Kings after stepping on Domantas Sabonis when Sabonis grabbed his leg on Monday night. Again, I repeat from Shams Charania, it is looking unlikely Warriors forward Draymond Green will be suspended for Game 3. Shams followed up with, those around the situation expect a fine for Green, but that he will be available for Game 3 given the ejection flagrant 2 and circumstances around the incident with Sabonis.
Fine with me. I want the Kings to beat their ass with him out there.
I think that's the best approach to have, Kenny. Like you don't want to win a series with a guy suspended. I mean, you want to win the series ultimately, but like you want to beat the team at its best.
It
right?
doesn't matter if Draymond plays or he doesn't. Like, I mean, his defense matters, but he's not. So we'll use that, unfortunately, as much as I'd love to talk about Davion and De'Aaron and the 3 hours away from being named Clutch Player of the Year. How do you feel about what we saw last night with Draymond, Domas, in the moments following with Adam Silver in attendance?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it was 2 people who did, like, I think there were 2 bad acts. I think, Draymond's was probably substantially worse and obviously a lot more demonstrative. But Sabonis didn't deny the fact that he grabbed onto Draymond's ankle even after the game. When he was asked about it, he just said, it's the playoffs and things happen. And so, look, this is just me completely speculating. I haven't heard this, but like, given Mike Brown's familiarity with Draymond Green, it wouldn't surprise me if, there was a little bit of like gamesmanship, Mike Brown talking to his team, like, hey, if you guys can like grab onto Draymond or irritate him a little bit, like he's got a short fuse, particularly on the road. Like maybe we can, get something like this out of him, get him ejected or get him suspended in a game. So that again, and that's just me speculating. So I don't know. I think Sabonis not denying the fact that he grabbed onto Draymond's ankle says a lot, in my opinion. And, I think Draymond is pretty unapologetic about it. Like, I think he's the type of guy to where if you're playing hoops and you grab onto his ankle, he's going to make you pay for it. And I think that's ultimately what happened. And I think, I think the Mark Spears report that Draymond Green asked for an X-ray in light. I don't know if you guys have talked about that. I do have
because I don't think he's serious.
Right. I think my sneaking suspicion is that's kind of a troll job from Draymond against Sabonis. And so, I think it's part of I don't think either team thinks highly of the other individual in this circumstance. I don't think the Warriors have a super high opinion of the way Domantas Sabonis handled the situation, and obviously the Kings don't have a high opinion of the way Draymond handled the situation. I think if the NBA, like, Domantas received a technical, so that was kind of my thought. Like, if they're going to suspend Draymond and give, I don't know that it made a whole lot of sense to suspend Draymond after giving Domantas Sabonis a technical. Like, obviously it was a bad act, but it was premeditated by something that was called a technical after review. So I think it would have been a little bit difficult to justify a suspension there. But again, like, I'm of the opinion, like, you just want all the best players in the series. Like, that's from an onlooker standpoint, you want all the best players in the series. If you're the Kings, you want to beat the team at full strength. If you're the Warriors, you want to beat the Kings at full strength. So like, I think it's one of those controversial things that happen in the playoffs. And I'm sure that if anything else were to happen to Draymond, there would be a suspension. because he's going to have a strike against him after what happened in game 2. So it's not entirely surprising to me that he's not suspended. But, I think it's just one of those things. This is what happens with Draymond Green. And it's the Warriors. The Warriors have put up with a lot. And I'm curious if after this season, they're going to continue to put up with it, given his contract status and all of that.
Well, Draymond can clearly get suckered into things. He's an unhinged individual.
He is.
And I like I said, I'm not even joking. If the opportunity presented itself, I would absolutely pull a Phil Jackson and JoJo English. I don't know who that is, Kessler Edwards or somebody like that. Just go mess with him. Just go mess with him. Go push. He'll respond. He gets suckered into things all the time. Suckers get suckered into bad behavior, and that's what would happen with him. I do it. I know Mark when I see one.
How do you really feel about Draymond? Curious.
He's chosen.
If Brian Windhurst were here, he'd be like, "That's the mark, Draymond Green. That's the mark right there. The Kings are going to try to get to Draymond Green. That's the mark. That's the sweet spot for the Sacramento Kings."
It's hard to argue against that based on how last night went.
It's silly, man. I honestly thought I view the Domas stuff. I actually, and I don't want to talk out of pocket because I listened to it once. We can run it back here. I actually took a slightly different interpretation of what Domas said.
Mm-hmm.
You know how better than we do how Domas is in those press conferences, those media scrums. He's talking pretty, and it wasn't even a press conference. He wasn't at the table. He was at his locker.
Right.
He talks pretty quickly. He just tries to get through things. When he made the remark, and again, maybe I'm naive, when he made the remark about it's basketball, things happen, I kind of thought he was talking about the entire situation. I didn't think he was necessarily talking about the moment of, where he allegedly grabbed his foot. I thought he was more saying, hey, stuff happens in basketball games. You collide, you hit each other. He knows that better than anyone. He gets his ass kicked every single game.
Yeah.
I think he's talking about my first thought was he was talking about situations on the floor, not specifically like almost saying, hey, look, I understand we get kicked, we get hit, we get elbowed, but the stomp was out of line. That's how I took it. And again, I could be completely wrong.
Yeah, and he tends to be very diplomatic in just about everything, and he doesn't love. He even said it, like, I don't love talking to the media. Like, that's not his favorite thing. He's pretty good at it, but he's not a guy who's like jumping in front of microphones at any chance he gets. So obviously, they're again. The only point I would make is that the question was, Draymond said you pulled on his ankle. Did that happen?
Yeah.
And then he said, things happen in basketball games. So he had the opportunity to say, no, it didn't. But again, like we're kind of doing, I don't know how helpful it is to relitigate all of this stuff. Just based on, that it's heat of the moment stuff. And these media scrums are super awkward. I'm curious if like in a one-on-one scenario or what Domas would be saying to his teammates about all of that stuff. That I have no idea. I'd just be guessing at that point. But I did think he had an opportunity to say, no, I didn't yank on his ankle intentionally, but he didn't. He just said things happen. So
no, it's fair.
The other thing about all this is none of it works with the Kings, this particular Kings team. None of the antics, none of the I mean, Draymond tried to bait Malik Monk into something in like the third quarter or the second quarter.
Yep.
I mean, he was trying it all night.
Yep.
None of it works. Kings just go out there and they say, hey, you can do all that, all the talk that was going on before. We got business to handle, and we're here to handle it and do it the best that we can.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting, though, because, based on Twitter, and again, I don't want to base everything off Twitter, but I think Warriors fans have now identified Domas as the villain, and what's that going to look like in San Francisco? And how is Domas going to respond to that?
I've identified Warriors fans as people who don't know what the hell they're talking about.
I'm just saying, he's going to get booed. He's going to get, he's going to be the guy that, that happens. That happens in every series. Every series, every playoff series, there's somebody from the other team that the opposing team identifies for whatever reason, and it's up to that player to respond when they have to go into that hostile environment.
And that's fine. Like, I truthfully don't think Domas cares.
He don't care.
He does not care.
You don't go to work on him like you did last time.
And the other thing that, maybe you got a better pulse on this than I do, but everyone was really quick to talk about a Warriors takeover at the Golden One Center, but I don't hear a lot of people talking about what Chase Center might look like on Thursday night.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. I would imagine the Kings being up 2-0 would lend to more Kings fans making the trip. That's certainly going to be a storyline. I know there are going to be news crews from Sacramento looking out for that storyline outside the arena leading into it.
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting. And I am curious, like there have been so many playoff games that Warriors fans have had the opportunity to go to, that like is there some level of lethargy or apathy when it comes to like, man, are we really going to shell out thousands of dollars again?
Yeah.
After, because it's
Not
not
for
like
the
those.
Kings.
Yeah, right. And so, but Kings fans are going to be the ones like, man, we've never been in this spot. It's been almost 2 decades since we've had an opportunity to go to a road game, and particularly one so close like that. That's never happened. So, I think there's a legitimate chance. There's a good contingent of Kings fans inside Chase Center, but Warriors fans are allowed to. I think it's probably not the level of Oracle. I would equate. I was in the building for the We Believe Warriors run in 2007, and I thought it was damn near the same as what we've experienced at Golden One the last 2 nights. So I think Warriors fans are known for being loud too, and I think playoff atmospheres just in general, there's not going to be a whole lot of difference in terms of like the noise factor when you go arena to arena. I think everybody's more into it, maybe with the exception of like Miami or something. Like I think you're going to find loud arenas everywhere in the playoffs. So I don't know, like Steve Kerr mentioned it, like, yeah, it's loud and it affects the way we communicate, but the noise hasn't really affected the way anybody's played. I might push back on that because the Warriors seem to be like just missing defenders, right? Like somebody dribbling, or De'Aaron Fox ripping Steph Curry from behind because Curry doesn't hear somebody yelling that Fox is behind him. Maybe that's a factor, but no, I am expecting a good contingent of Kings fans. This is an unprecedented time for them. They have an opportunity to drive a couple hours to go to a road playoff game against the defending champs. Like, what's better than that if you're a fan? So I do think there's a good chance that there's a lot of Kings fans in San Francisco on Thursday and Sunday.
Well, I know you'll be there.
30% Kings fans.
30%?
30% on Thursday and Sunday.
Okay. If it's 3-0, I think 30% on Sunday would
go up.
I think if there's 30% on Friday, I would be pretty surprised. But if they're up 3-0 on Sunday, I think 30% or more would be feasible.
Well, get there on Thursday because I think that's when the game's in. I don't want you to get there late. So
oh yeah, I'll get there Thursday. I'm leaving Thursday morning. Checking in the
there
hotel.
You go.
Yeah, we'll be good. We'll be all set.
Good stuff, Chris. We appreciate you, man. Thanks as always for joining us.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys. I hope I don't catch any strays on Twitter here. I'll keep them.
No, you're safe. No, you're good.
You're good.
Yeah, you good. You good. We appreciate you, Chris.
All right, I appreciate you guys for having me. Talk
yes,
soon.
indeed. And if Chris were gonna we'd warn him. We warned we warned Drapes. We were like, hey, whew, that was a line, bro. Did
you talk to Drapes yesterday?
I did. He didn't say anything.
Drapes
loves
he's
it.
Like, man, y'all set me up.
Oh, come on, Drapes. Drapes open with hey. We were like, hey, stay out your Twitter, Kyle, because they coming for you. And Trysta Krick, she's coming for us. She'll be with us at the top of the hour here on Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh man, I'm gonna step out because TK's next.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. See what's in front of your eyes. Eyes don't lie. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to lock something in real quick. Oh, man. Wow. I did not see that. Them boys shook Roscoe. That's okay. That's all right. It's okay. They know them things will be all through there. You know, here's one of the things about that, TC. You know, Bonte, Butch is actually has the right outlook of this whole thing, if you ask me. But Bonte and Warriors fans, they're mad because they didn't see this coming. We told them what was coming. We told them like what was in front of you, and just respect it. I obviously picked the Kings to win, but I always would talk about how the Warriors are just as good. They absolutely could win this series, and they still can. They still can. We always show respect to the Warriors. They didn't show no respect to the Kings and their ability to be competitive in this series and potentially win this series. They were talking about second round matchups. Oh. Big shout out to Nick O in the chat who says, yo, y'all see that the dental office in San Francisco, that's what we call Chase Center because it's sterile as hell. Looks like a damn dental office or a hotel lobby. Take your pick. He said, yo, y'all see that the dental office in San Francisco has cowbells as prohibited items? They know what's about to happen at the Chase Center, at the dental office. They know what's about to happen. They know we coming through. I know Biderman was a little surprised when I said 30%. Bro, I talked to so many people yesterday at the game. That's just the people at the game. That doesn't count the people there at Section 916 that were at different watch parties around downtown. It's just people at the game. Like, yeah, I'm going to 3 and 4. Yeah, I'm there. I already got my tickets. I'm at 3 and 4. It's about to be lit. I know a group of us that are going to 3 and 4. Bunch of people who did that. They don't understand. Just don't understand. They've never understood though. Since this series was announced, they've never understood. They've never understood that this is a real matchup. This is a real team and a real dangerous opponent in the Sacramento Kings. Everybody in the Bay Area, I listened to all of them. I read all of them. None of them gave the Kings a chance in hell. Not one. Mm-hmm. And we talk about it all the time. They get mad. But it's the truth. Because y'all ain't watch. Y'all don't watch. You don't watch. You haven't watched. You focus on the Warriors. Yeah, that's your job, whatever. That's cool. I understand that. I'm not saying you got to watch every Kings game. But y'all don't be watching. So you have no clue. How crazy is this, Damian? How crazy is this? How are you going to make a prediction and you've damn near never even seen the other team?
Yeah, that's well, I mean, that's what they do. People try to skate by in this business. How often do I make predictions?
Like never.
Come on, man. Like,
and you actually watch.
I'm gonna tell you, yeah.
You actually see
but I'm
them.
gonna give you a giant breakdown of the AFC West. Like, come on, man. Like, these dudes get silly.
I just know I don't understand that because I'll be quick to tell you. Like we talk about the Masters. I don't know, bro.
I'll tell you this. I watched the
I don't know
Celtics and
what
Hawks
happened.
enough to know the Celtics are going to beat the Hawks' ass.
Well, there is that. Although I said the Hawks, they might be able to get a game or two. I'm not. I mean, they got
That's
beat
a
up
hot
in game
shooting
one.
night, I think.
Yeah, they got beat up in game one.
I don't know.
But,
They're going to get that against Boston.
But I'll be talking about the Masters. I don't watch golf.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But if I'm going to sit up there, give my analysis, and give a prediction, think about that. How you give a prediction and you don't even watch this other team?
Mm-hmm.
How?
I just don't know how people can be so definitive regarding teams that they've never seen.
That's what I'm saying. If you think the Warriors are great and they can't be beaten and all this other stuff,
Well, if you
that's
have it-
one thing. But how are you gonna argue with me? How you gonna argue? How you gonna go back and forth with me and you ain't even seen the team? You don't know what you watching.
I don't know.
But yeah, if anybody's going down there and you're trying to bring their cowbells, the people at the dental office are prohibiting cowbells.
That's funny.
From being into the building. So they already know
If you're
what
not
time it is,
going-
man. Chris thought I was tripped. It's gonna be 30% Kings fans out there, bro.
I think you're right. And I think Sunday, if Thursday goes the Kings' way, I think Sunday could be more.
Mm-hmm.
Bring your cowbells to Public House in Sky
Public
River.
House, yes, indeed. Public House on Thursday, Sky River on Sunday, games
Sun-
3 and 4.
Sunday's gonna be pretty lit, though.
It is.
Sunday's gonna be lit.
Hey, in the almighty Dub Nation, the almighty home court advantage in Chase Center, the $1 billion playpen for Joe Lacob.
Mm-hmm.
They already begging these people not to sell their tickets to Kings fans.
Hate to see it. Hate to see
They
it.
already begging their people not to
Hate
sell
to
no
see it.
tickets.
It might be telling them don't sell to these cockroaches. That's what I heard.
That's what we are, cockroaches.
That's what I heard. Broke man, we're broke.
We broke.
That's what I heard.
I'm telling you, bro. Warriors fans really forgot where they came from, bro.
Man, that's
Hey, they
wild.
so mad, bro. They are so mad.
That was
I
Warriors media.
Dying. I was dying this morning. They're so mad. They had a dude.
The fight clip was funny. The someone posted like Bonte looked like he was gonna murder Joe.
Oh, yo, do we have it? Do we have
I'm
the
sure.
fight
Yeah, I
clip?
think we were
No,
tagging
we gotta
it.
play. We gotta play the fight clip, man. These boys are hot.
That would be such a perfect lead in to Trysta too.
They flustered, bro.
They
flustered.
find
Hey,
it.
look, they had a MMA or maybe a karate expert call in today talking about, I know what an ankle lock looks like and how you have to get out of it. And there's only one way to get out of it. That's why
Oh.
Draymond had to do that.
Oh, that's tough.
And they were sitting there like,
is
yep,
tough.
yep, I know, yep.
So,
Hey, these Warrior fans are something else, man. These people are unhinged right now. My girl Nat over at the Golden Spaces, whatever it is. Oh, Nat is going through it right now.
man, hate to see it.
Going through it.
How are we on the air?
We've been on
Yeah,
the
we've
air.
been on there, bro.
I brought us back.
I thought we were in commercial.
No.
This whole time I thought we were in commercial. I was like, what the hell is going on? Was I really gone that long?
I mean, you came back like a minute after we came back from break.
Really? I
It
gotta
wasn't- it
figure
wasn't
out
a
it.
minute. It was probably like 30 seconds.
That's been
30
happening a
seconds.
lot. I gotta
You're
figure.
slipping, bro.
I gotta figure. I ain't gonna make it,
Playing like the Warriors right now.
man.
Look,
I honest to God thought we were in commercial
God
break.
damn, with the turnover. Turnover after turnover.
Yo, here's Bonte and here
Oh,
this is a clip we were tagged in this morning. I don't know what's going on, but look, just
Why are you
Klay
so
Thompson
offended? 7-13. I'm not offended. You're offended. I'm gonna challenge you on this. Klay Bonte, Thompson went 7 and he's 13, the just over 10th 21 most points. paid Awesome. Now let's player back in to the the league. contract. He got paid. He's maybe the before fifth best player Achilles in this injury. series. He Maybe. got- That's he got not paid that's not before the Achilles egregious. injury. I need him to be better.
Bro, Hey, I honest to God, I know our guy Bonte's passionate about his team.
Bonte was hot this morning, man.
I think
He
it
was
all
hotter than
started
Patriots.
with the tweet we put out last night.
Oh, yeah.
I think that did not sit well with Mr. Hill.
Why are you so offended? 7-13. I'm not offended. You're offended. I'm gonna challenge you on this. Klay Thompson went 7 of 13 yesterday for 21 points. So now it's back to the contract. He got paid.
He's maybe the fifth best player in this series. Maybe. That's not egregious. I need him to be.
Can I tell you my favorite part of the clip is the person who tagged us in it wrote, "What's the opposite of winning cures everything?" That is tremendous.
Hey, man, these people is hot. They are hot in the Bay Area.
So funny. So funny.
The last thing I said when we talked to them on Friday, was just like Floyd Mayweather when he was talking to Victor Ortiz in the face-off, and he said, "I'm about to kill this boy." And he just kind of laughed. He's like, Victor Ortiz was running his mouth and all this other stuff. And then Floyd, who was in the building last night, damn, should have met TMT.
I'm sorry.
But no, it's good. We were busy. But he looks at Max Kellerman and he just starts laughing. He goes, "I'm about to kill this boy." That's how it was on Friday when they came on this show and they were doing all the yakety yak. And I said, "Damian, they have no idea what's about to happen. They had no clue what's about to go down. And now they see it and they're losing it. They're losing it. The morning roast, the Warriors fans, everybody unhinged. They're all collectively standing on the bench and yelling into the abyss. It's just a mess. It's hilarious.
Man, this brother talk about rent free. He just tweeted, "Them boys in Sac think we're melting down." Nah, that's just how we get down on the morning roast. All right.
It's melting down, bro.
All right.
These people are unhinged in the Bay Area, man.
That's okay.
I told you, they don't know what hit them. I told them it was coming. That's why I was just laughing when they were saying all that stuff on Friday. I was like, they got no idea. They have no clue what's about to come their way.
Most passive aggressive thing I can do is just like that tweet. So I'm just gonna go hit the heart button on it. That's what I'm gonna do.
And now, well, look, with all the bravado and all the stuff that's going on, I personally understand what this series is. The Kings, who haven't played their best basketball in 2 games, have found a way to win. They found a way to buckle down on defense when need be. They found a way to get big performances when they need to get them. They found a way to get a W. Series is 2-0. Series is 2-0. This isn't a best of. They can't have a best of 4, but this is a best of 7. You got to win 4 games. You handle business. You won your 2 games at the crib.
That's right.
Did a great job. Found a way to get it done. Now you got to go to Chase.
Yep.
Where you're playing against one of the best home teams in the league this year, but that we've seen in recent memory. I mean,
that's been
whether
consistent.
It's Oracle, whether it's Chase, it doesn't matter. It's one of the great home court advantages that we've seen in this league for a decade.
Yeah.
All right. A lot of basketball left to be played, man.
Yeah,
Nothing's
absolutely.
done.
Series ain't over.
Nothing is done at all. Nothing is done at all. Not even close.
I think the series doesn't start till a road team. I think that's a dumbass analogy. I've always hated it. I think it's stupid. But Kings, I think everyone was collectively a little bit nervous. Kings hadn't won a home game prior to Saturday since March 25th. I know that's a bit deceiving because they had a week off, but point is they hadn't played really well at home. So to go out and get that first one, I think set a positive tone for them heading into night number 2. Those 2 games, I don't remember what the second part of the schedule looks like, but those 2 games are the 2 closest in proximity in terms of schedule. Games 1 and game 2. Now you got a couple of days off before game 3. You got a couple of more days off before game 5, or game 3 and game 4. And I think you got a couple of days off before game 5 as well. I think it's Wednesday. If there's a game 5, I think it's Wednesday. But they did what they were supposed to do. They won at home. They protected home court. And now they got to go play against one of the best road teams, or one of the best home teams, excuse me, in the league. But the good footnote to that is, for those who have been paying attention, Kings are really good on the road.
Yep.
They've been very good on the road all year.
I think they're gonna get one.
And that's the other thing too. I thought the Warriors were pretty good defensively yesterday. I thought they frustrated the Kings a lot. I know the Kings missed open shots.
Mm-hmm.
I know that. I'm not disputing that. But I thought the Warriors did a lot to frustrate them defensively. Let's bring in TK, Trysta Krick, live from San Francisco.
Yes, I'm here.
Did you catch a train? How'd you get there?
Oh no, I did not catch a train. I had too much stuff, Kenny. Do I need to switch my
overhead bins?
What? No, I like to just get there, Kenny. Just to get there, get your stuff off. It's a whole production. I have a dog.
Can dogs get on? Dogs can get on the train, can't they?
They can, but it's a whole production. Two
Yeah,
suitcases,
it's a
two
custom
huge
traffic.
suitcases, a buck bag. We don't need to get into it. I took an Uber, and the Uber driver was wild.
Oh my. Oh
my gosh.
You push
why
the
does this weird
Can you
stuff
tell us
follow
the
you?
story?
Yeah, like why does this always happen to you?
The universe is just like that for me.
We haven't even told the story about how Trysta went at like an 80-year-old woman in the elevator on Saturday night. It was warranted, by the way. It was very
Wait a
funny.
minute, was I around?
No.
Okay, I was trying to think about this.
So here it was me, Trysta, and Kent Bazemore.
I saw Kent last night.
True story. It's me,
Baze.
Trysta, and Kent Bazemore.
We walk in there, and the woman's like, "You can't be in this elevator. This is not the media elevator. You got to get out. You got
Yep.
cannot. Nope, we're not going down. Nope, we're standing there like, but no one else is in here.
We
but
all
us."
had passes, and we're like, "Can you just let us go down?" She said no. So the frustrating part about this was the elevator, apparently we found out, was right where we were. It was halftime. We had to fight through the bathroom crowds to get to the
They did move
elevator.
the media elevator.
Had to fight again to get back to it.
The opposite way. So now Baze is also on this mission. So we
Yeah.
have to leave the elevator. We go to the next one down the way. We were in one like 06 or something, 105. We had to go back to like 110.
Yep.
Across the sea of people against traffic.
Yep.
Baze is going slow. Come on, Baze.
Yeah.
We got to get water, Baze. Let's go. Come on.
He is
laughing.
he's not an aggressive enough of a leader.
No, he's
For
not,
that
which is like, it like checks out, right? It
Right.
like checks out. So we go down to the media area, grab some snacks, go to the restroom, get drinks, come back. Me, Baze, Damien again.
Yep.
And I'm like, we're going up. And we are like physically in the motion of going up. And I look and I'm like, wait, aren't you the woman who told us we can't be in this elevator? She doesn't say anything. And I go, no. Like, are you her? Am I tripping? That's her, right? That's her. This is you. You're the one who told us we can't be in this elevator. And she goes, you still can't be in the elevator.
Again, this woman was like 80, and Trysta was having no part of this.
And Baze is like, thank God you said something. Thank God. I wanted to say something, but I didn't. So we go and I get some red vines. And Baze is also following us into the concession line. I go to check out, and Baze is like, nope, red vines are on me today. I'm so glad you put that woman in her place.
Facts. I witnessed it. Kim Bazemore, by the way, very delightful individual.
Very
nice.
funny. Very
Very
good
nice.
dude.
Hey, speaking of, did you guys know? Damien, you might know too. I think Trysta would know. You know, we went past the Green family last night.
No.
I missed that.
When
I
we
knew
were-
they were there. I
when
didn't
we were
know.
walking down after the game, like when we walked, everybody was.
Oh, that's who.
That was Mama Green. We walked by.
Wait, when?
We was talking crazy
When we were
leading up
walk-
to that point.
when
walked
we were
all the way
walking to the
down,
press conference.
Oh, really?
we walked right by Mama Green.
Well,
And
I
she
knew
was
they were
looking at me.
family because that's where family waits. Like, I mean, I knew, but I wasn't thinking about that.
Yeah.
I just knew they must be.
She was looking at me like she had heard me say something before. Too.
Oh man.
I wasn't gonna say nothing to Mama Green. I ain't gonna disrespect the mothers. I ain't gonna disrespect the mothers. But I wouldn't back down from what I said.
I
about
still
her
haven't
son.
met the other mother that.
Yeah,
who was
That you
very
disrespected.
complimentary. No, the one who was very
she would us.
complimentary. of.
Yeah, she would us. She'll be back. We'll be back.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, regardless, we'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, Mama, we walked right by her. She's looking at us crazy. I think she might have heard something I said before.
Well, there's plenty out there on social media, so it's
look, man. Her
not
son
the
is
hardest thing.
unhinged.
Yeah, well,
He's unhinged. That ain't my fault.
Things are getting really pathetic out there.
Mm.
It's like a puppy or a dog who's been run over, you know,
oh my God.
and like nicked, and like they're gonna be fine, but it's a bad morbid thing. Let's just walk past that. That's bad.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's bad.
You want to hit the reset button on this
Let's
analogy?
reset it. Let's reset it. Let's reset it. That's a bad analogy. That's bad. That's a bad. All I see though is desperation out there. All I see is infighting. All I see is arguing. I tuned in while I was having my smoothie for 20 minutes to the morning roast, and it was just Butcher Boy and Bonte yelling at each other. Crosstalk. You don't know who's saying what. One person saying Clay's to blame. The other one saying Steph's to blame. It's sad.
I hate to see it.
Sad out there.
I hate to see it.
Hey, David, if the Kings ever go bad, man, we're not going to yell at each other, okay?
No, we're not.
We're not going to be like, why don't you ever talk about Keon Ellis?
Oh, man.
You're always defending Barbosa. Like, Barbosa's the problem. The coaching needs to be changed. They were on coaching. They were on players. They were on role players. They were on star players. It was wild.
Bet they didn't criticize Draymond, though.
Oh, hell no. That's the crazy thing. You're 100% right. They ain't say not one bad thing about Draymond Green.
Best they ain't criticize that man.
Well, according to our Dubs Nation, yeah, I mean, Sabonis basically was ready to rip Draymond Green's hip out of his socket.
Yeah.
Bo Jackson.
He was trying to Bo Jackson him. Yeah. Just going to rip his ankle off like he was Ken Shamrock in 1999. Just turn that joint.
And because of that,
Kurt
Draymond
Angle.
had no choice.
He had no choice.
He had no choice.
He had to curb stomp him.
He had nowhere else to land.
It's like that scene in Menace to Society. Just had to stomp on him.
I mean, what else are you going to do when you're running full speed?
He was running full speed. Like Klay Thompson said, he was in a full sprint. And Domas grabbed his ankle. What was he supposed to do? Klay really didn't think that one through. Klay really didn't think that one through, because I think what people like, because I got into a Twitter discussion with something called Smash Mouth.
Oh yeah, he's some Bay Area dude. I told him to shut the hell up last night.
I had to Google, like, why are people responding to this? What the hell is Smash Mouth? He was running and Domas grabbed his leg. You want him to be suspended? Like, you guys really haven't thought this through, have you? Because if he was running, his leg couldn't it have even gone up and down on Domas? How are you guys not smart enough to put that together? He was literally standing still.
Steph was having none of it.
Oh my God, poor Steph Curry.
He's
Poor
having
Steph
none of
Curry,
this.
man.
I am not. I didn't see it. Didn't watch the highlights. Wish he was out there. We need him.
You talk about Steph. You talk about walking past the Green family. When I left the press room right after you guys, I walked past the Curry family, and I didn't say nothing to them, but they sure looked like they were sick of Draymond Green. Even Aisha looked pissed off.
Even Riley was.
They were all angry.
What's the little boy's name? It's Shooter or Gunner or something. I'm not trying to disrespect, but even the little baby was upset with Draymond Green.
Everybody was upset.
But Tristan, do you agree? Because I believe Steph is sick of this. Like, I think he's been sick of it for a while. The Jordan Poole thing was he was disgusted at the Jordan Poole thing, and I think he can't wait for Draymond to be gone. Personally,
It's hard to say because they've won titles together, and Draymond Green's the only guy that you can trust to be the safety valve to run the offense when Steph gets blitzed, right? We saw when Kevon Looney's the one making decisions, normally bad things happen. And Draymond is a really good facilitator, kind of knows how to make the right reads. So for Steph, it's like Draymond makes Steph's job so much easier in a lot of ways. And defensively, they're undersized anyway, right? Like they don't have a traditional big. So Draymond sort of takes the pressure off of the defense on the interior too. But in terms of like the histrionics, the WWE promos, the punching people and stomping on people and kicking people in the nuts, I don't think that's like in alignment with Steph's values. I don't think. I could be wrong, but I just don't think those two things align.
Right. No, it's not. Let's talk about the Kings. Your boy, Davion Mitchell. Davion Mitchell was awesome last night.
Strapping.
He played major minutes, was a huge role defensively. From a Kings perspective, what's the thing that stood out to you the most last night?
That was some of the best perimeter defense I've ever seen on Steph Curry in my life. 0 for 5 from 3 in the fourth quarter. Just the team defense was elite. And I said this, I've said it on this show. I have actually been screaming it from the rooftops because I've already been convinced, but I am 100% convinced now that fourth quarters for Kings games were just not watched in like real time. So your game starts at 10. The fourth quarter's at 1:15 a.m. You got a job. You're supposed to be talking about basketball, but who knows? Maybe you got get up the next morning at like 5.
That would explain a lot.
And so it's
Even
like,
though get up isn't at 5, it's at like 8.
but you got call times early, like really early call times. So
coffee.
You've got to deal with, but it's like night. To know what's happening with the Kings, you have to know night after night. It's been, for me on the East Coast, a commitment. It's been a very fun commitment. I love being a part of it. But listen, it's late. And so I am truthfully committed to now know that, like, I don't think people watch. So they just use the NBA stats. Now, like, they're 26th in defensive rating. They don't play any defense. We know that the Warriors can because they have in the playoffs advantage Warriors. They'll be able to score on the Kings at will. And all of a sudden they'll go on a 25-2 run and they'll be demoralized. And now what we're seeing is that, and we saw this all year, in spurts, De'Aaron Fox can lock up. In spurts, Davion can lock up. Harrison can lock up. Sabonis can do work. So when they're all in an environment where every single possession matters, they're doing it like they did in, the last minute of games. That stuck out to me a lot.
Yeah. And Trysta, we were talking during the fourth quarter of that game, and we were both talking about it. And I said to you, this is where you worry about inexperience. You're up 5 in the fourth quarter. The Warriors are trying to turn it up. Do you have the focus? Do you know what to do in these situations when not trying to come back? Because that's easy. You just got to try and get stops and score and catch up. But hold on to a lead. Bring it home. This is where I worried about the inexperience. They answered all those questions. And especially when Draymond went down, I looked at you. I looked at our guy Drake. I said, every single time, paint touches. There's nobody in there. You're going to blow by anybody that's in front of you. Kevon Looney's not going to stop you. Get to the paint every single time. And it seems like Coach Brown and everybody, they had them ready to go. They knew exactly what it was.
Yeah, and everybody keeps saying, well, why don't you think that the Warriors now can win this series? Because the matchups and the humans on the floor aren't changing. And if Kevon Looney is going to get cooked and JK is like just kidding and not Jonathan Kuminga, and he's sitting on the bench because he's getting cooked, and Jordan Poole is unplayable, and Dante DiVincenzo is fouling because he's getting cooked, how is that changing? Like, where do those adjustments change when you're just talking about pure athletic ability and skill going up against guys who are just not ready for that moment?
Common repeated lines in sports media, and I do believe there's some validity to it, is that role players play better at home than they do on the road. We saw big performances from Davion. We saw 2 really big games from Malik Monk. What role player can step up for Golden State?
Gary Payton will have to step up. I think he's huge. Moses Moody, he played some good minutes. I mean, we're talking about really like down the bench guys that really have to step up. And they just need more from Andrew Wiggins. I mean, Andrew Wiggins played, 39 minutes? He's going to need to produce more. I think the ball, shocking to say, but I think the ball just needs to be in Andrew Wiggins' hands more because he's just a worse matchup for the Kings defensively. He can shoot over you, and he's shooting really well coming off of that break. So I don't know why you wouldn't put him into pick and roll situations. More pick and roll, obviously. That was the one thing that was very effective was the roller until obviously the Kings staff made some adjustments.
Well, here's the thing about that though, Trysta. And we marveled at Andrew Wiggins last night. He was balling last night. He was doing his thing. But when you say, and I'm not saying you in general, just in anybody, you talk about GP2, when you talk about Wiggins, you're like, we need you to do more. Now you're getting into the territory of you're asking guys to do things that they've never done. Like you're asking, like Wiggins, what did he end up with last night? Off the top of my head, probably
22.
22? Yeah.
That's about who he is. Now you're saying, Wiggins, we need more. We need you to score 29. Like, wait a minute. And do that for 4 wins. Like now it's getting crazy. GP2. Yeah, you hit a couple corner threes. We need you to hit 4 threes now. And we need you to have 17. Like now you're asking guys to do something they've never shown you they can do on a consistent basis in this situation. And that's where I think the Warriors are just, they're out of, when I saw him, and I don't mean no disrespect to the man, but when I saw him start the second half with Moses Moody, I said, oh, he ran out. Curry ain't got no answers. He's searching. He's searching. He knows what it is. He is searching.
That's how it felt. The rotations were very odd, right? Guys that were
said
starting,
in the moment. Like, Trysta literally like, I don't know what's going on in this game right now.
Like, when are these guys coming in? When are they coming out? You kind of feel like there's a flow, and then you're like, I feel like I haven't seen Jordan Poole in 2 quarters. Oh, you didn't, right? Why is JaMychal Green out here? JaMychal Green, I knew he was getting minutes because he came out for early work. We got there at 5, and he was in getting early work. And I said, oh, yeah, he thinks he's playing some meaningful minutes tonight. And meaningful minutes he did not play.
He did not.
What do you guys think? It's 5?
What's that?
5?
I do think it's 5 at this point. I said Kings and 6 at the beginning of the season. Now given
that would have been
new
a bold
information,
prediction at the beginning of the season.
Now given new information, I think it is Kings of 5. Don't sleep on them rooms coming out on Sunday, bro. Don't sleep on them rooms coming out.
I told you the only thing a 5-game series for either team would not have surprised me. The only outcome for either team that would have surprised me is a sweep.
Yeah.
The Warriors losing 4 straight or the Kings losing 4.
You can tell too because they're just getting more and more desperate. Tim Kawakami wrote a think piece today.
I wish I could see it. I don't know where it's at.
Well, it's on The Athletic.
I can't even get notified that it's out there because I'm blocked.
Just go to The Athletic. Don't worry about Tim Kawakami blocking you.
He's making a lot of excuses and a lot of and really saying some good things about what the Warriors core has in store.
Oh boy.
The core.
Can I tell you something that I hate? Just something that absolutely like drives me crazy. That like because I didn't have the courtside seats that Kenny and Trysta had. I was sitting.
That seat was open. He literally was like, "Hey, I'm gonna scoot over. He can stay right here."
Yeah.
When did she say that? When I was like up the stairs?
No, she literally was like, "Where did he go?"
Well, no, like I was just wasn't my seat, so I just moved. But we were talking about so you know where we were standing, where we started the game before we moved to hang out with Drake UU's amazing family. It was like an extended media area, right? So the James Hams and the Jason Andersons and the writers and the Brent, they weren't there. It was doesn't matter who it was, but it was the three of us and like other people. And so we just stood with our security guard friend and we're cheering. Like, yo, we were just fans, right? Having fun. And then Drake was like, hey, come sit down with me. Ultimately, I got up and went over to section 104. Where
what was that like?
Bro, it was so sterile. Like, there's no, they say no cheering in the media section. Like, it was like a morgue. Like, no one was even breathing.
No emoting in the media section.
Which is so stupid. Every single one of you has an agenda with your team winning. Yo, why is it so frowned upon to breathe or to react to something or to? I wasn't doing what I was doing when I was with y'all, but I was reacting. I was talking to Mark Spears, talking to my man Jay Gayton. I was reacting to what I was seeing, and I'm looking around like, are y'all dead? The hell, y'all ain't even like moving. And it wasn't until the buzzer expired that, you know, we hooked up with the homies and are high-fiving and hugging and doing all of that stuff. But it's like, man, y'all suck.
It really is the worst.
Boring.
And they shame you because, you know, imagine me by myself in that section because I've been in those sections before, and I can't turn it off. I don't have that ability.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yes, oh, bang, 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 bang. And people are like,
It's so dumb. It's so, like I react when Steph hits the corner three. Like that's just like because I'm invested in what I'm watching. It's such a someone. Never mind. I think all of these media traditions are stupid. Like we don't have like agendas with the teams that we cover. Business is better when your team is winning. It's not like we are picking fights in the media section. Like I just was looking around and I'm like, I can't believe no one reacted to Davion hitting that three. They just, oh my God.
That's death. That's honestly death while living.
Well, the funny thing is,
I was standing next to Jake. I was like, boy, your shoulder's about to catch a beating. Like, cause I kept grabbing Jake's arm and shoulder. Cause that stood out to me last night. I was like, this is lame.
The funny thing about it is like the first answer to that, Damian, probably would be, well, we're not Kings fans. I watch Clippers Suns and I see Russell Westbrook make that play. And I'm like, oh,
yeah, same.
Oh,
yep.
Like I got no rooting interest, but I love the game. I love the moment.
Yes.
I get excited about what I'm seeing.
This is supposed to be fun.
Yeah.
Yes. That's why I
do
rock
it.
with y'all.
They stuck with like they're stuck in like this baseball life, these old like rules.
I was
like,
about to say that's probably where it came.
Bro, move like hey, go to the media section, like have fun, like do your job. Like you're invested in this. Everybody's invested.
They're just like,
and if you don't like naturally want to cheer, that's cool.
Yeah, that's fine too.
Don't do it because I'm not supposed to do it here.
Yeah,
like that's the crazy thing.
Yeah, them young brothers like Chris, Brendan, Frankie, you don't think they wanted to cheer last night? They you can't do that here. It's just not what we do. And it's not even like the media relations people who do that.
Right.
It's the other media people that
they
do that.
police it. Now you know why traditional media does not like me. It's because I'm like, yeah, that's bullshit. I'm gonna
goodness gracious.
Dump it.
That's all right. That's okay. I'd still argue it's not as bad as when we came back for 5 minutes and we're talking and I absolutely thought we were in commercial.
I thought you knew us. I would have said something.
I didn't know. Like you were just like you were so casual with the way that you were talking. That's how I judge whether we're back. And I also got to figure something else out because clearly I'm gone way too long during these commercial breaks. That's happened like 5 times recently. But you were talking so casually. We just came back and I was like, oh, Kenny's just wrapping up the 13th round or he's just talking. I sat here for 4 minutes, Trysta, and thought we were in commercial break.
Were you drinking your juice?
Yeah, we was just talking, whatever. Like it's not like we were saying anything crazy. I was like, man, it's 53. Like, when are we coming back? It's
We've
like
been back,
we
right,
were
5
back
minutes.
before you sat down.
Damien
Like,
thought we had a 10-minute break. I
I
guess.
did. Like I was bugging
We thought
out.
it was the baseball playoff race.
That's worse than dropping a little colorful language.
Colorful. Yep.
It happens. I don't know what it is about me and Kenny. We just make people cuss.
Yep. Well, and it's just, I'm in the hotel room. We're on Zoom.
We've been hanging out all week. We're just homies kicking it.
We're just kicking it. Yeah, we're just kicking it. We're just enjoying the time with fans. I saw Jill. She was coming out of the parking lot. I jumped in her car. She dropped me off at the hotel last night.
Yeah. Very nice. Did anybody ever, like, I don't know if there were tweets or
the picture
an interaction?
Oh
no. I was just gonna say 50 and Floyd being like 5 seats.
Oh, that's great. Someone. So I think JA posted 2 pictures, and I think Bleacher Report grabbed them, and they said, "Yeah, 50 and Floyd are in the same building." And not only what they didn't capture was not only were in the same building, they were separated by a table.
Yeah, I was about to say it was like 4 seats. I think Vivek was there. Maybe 50 was just on the other side of the table, but they're just right there.
Yeah, he was.
It could have popped off.
Yep.
That would have been something.
Been way better than the Draymond Domas stuff at the end.
I didn't see Draymond jump on the scorer's table. I did not see that.
He wasn't on the scorer's table. He was on the bench, like the chairs. He stood up on the chairs and started egging on the crowd that was in front of him. There's a great still shot if you check your Twitter account of the coaches, because we were talking about the coach. How did no one stop him from walking the center court? That's what I really thought he was going to get in trouble for, was walking the center court, egging on the crowd while Domas is still on the ground, and then getting on the bench. And there's just a great shot of the Warriors coaches while all that is happening. They just have that look of, get this over with. Just get this.
I mean, I think they would have lost anyway, but you can make the argument he cost them the game.
They probably will. That's what they do anytime Draymond gets suspended. What's so funny about that is those people have convinced themselves that Draymond Green cost them a championship. But the dude still regularly gets thrown out of games. He gets thrown out of meaningful games.
Craziness.
Got thrown out of a playoff. The second year in a row he got thrown out of a playoff game.
And listen, was it 3-0? Never. I mean, our Dubs will have to make history. Go down 3-0. Not coming back.
That's a great point, Dad. How you get thrown out of playoff games over and over again? Playoff games. This isn't December when you can't get out the bed. It's the playoffs that you say you play for. You getting thrown out. Hey, Trysta, I said he's Mike Tyson in the second Holyfield fight. That's how unhinged and unpredictable he is.
Yeah, I watched that clip that you said that he was going to be unhinged before I came on the show yesterday. And I was like, yeah, that was spot on. They just reeked in general of desperation. The chippiness was at an all-time high, and that
Clay was out of control, low-key.
Yeah. What'd you say?
Clay was low-key out of control.
Yep. And Dante was a little out of control as well. There was just a lot of additional extracurriculars, physicality that was outside of the normal scope. And it was because they were trying to find a way to claw a win. And I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. But it's going to get more. There's going to be more clawing, more scrapping.
Yep. Have fun in San Francisco. We'll be following you for games 3 and 4.
I'll be following you guys in the watch party.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. It's going down. We're sorry you're going to miss that.
It's not going to be as fun without y'all in the media section.
That's very true. It definitely will not be. But we'll
I'll
miss
find
you
some
right
Kings fans. Yo, Kings fans in the chatty house, let me know where you're going to be at. Hit me up in the DMs at Chase. I'm sure there's going to be a little contingent. I'll come hang.
Trysta, the biggest star there. Oh, TK, Trysta! Like every 5 feet. Couldn't walk 5 feet without someone coming up to
Trysta
Trysta.
had people who knew about her that didn't know about our show.
It's facts. That's absolute fact.
That was extremely disappointing.
That's very true. Listening to her explain who we are to someone in a Kings uniform was wild. Love you, buddy. Have fun.
All right, see you guys.
soon.
Love you back.
All right. Trysta Krick, live from San Francisco. We'll come back. We'll talk. I think I'm looking forward. Not that I don't always, but kind of looking forward to this conversation with Jason Jones a little bit
The
more.
professor, man.
Draymond Green's BFF.
That's his boy. They want to play dominoes and spades together.
We've got.
I'd probably beat Draymond in spades.
Probably. We'll come back.
Probably sorry in that too.
Oh, okay. We'll open up the phone lines more. I think we got more Drake bars, by the way.
Oh my gosh, let's go.
Phone lines are open 916-909-1320. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with over 2,000 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit. If you're 21 and over at Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Goodness gracious.
I got a question. Does Clay throw up the 4 fingers at all anytime during the series?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm.
Think so?
That's a good call. And I think he does.
That's funny. That's very funny. I still can't believe I thought we were in commercial break.
Yeah, that was a wild
That's
one.
just incredible. Absolutely incredible. No one even stopped me. Normally when I'm late, it's because someone stopped me. No one stopped me. And Trysta cussing is very funny. I don't know why it keeps happening to us. Dame Lillard shares controversial opinion on Draymond Green. Take foul on Sabonis. I didn't think Dre tried to step on him. That's just how his balance ended up.
Did you see the the clip of Clay talking or whatever? He's like, yeah, you talking about grabbing the ankle or whatever. He's like, yeah, I don't do that. And he's like, we don't, and he kind of like just stops. He said like, we don't do that. But
Yeah.
Draymond.
Yep. Realized, can't do that. Can't do that. Oh, I think we got some. I haven't even heard Jacob's Drake bars. Jacob knows not to cuss, so I'm sure these are clean. Where's our guy Jacob coming back with round 2? Bill on the line. Hello, Rampier, 7 seconds. 8. Can't let this all run because we'd get. Okay, yeah, we'll run that. Yeah. I don't think so. Probably just wants a day off. Hi, Miss Fox. Always good to see you in here. Always good to see you in here. We appreciate you. Congratulations on the new hardware that's coming to your son's trophy display case coming up in about 2 hours. When we gonna get some R&B drops? We do that too. Yeah, hit the thumbs up while you hear it, bro. You ain't never told a lie, Dr. David. You ain't never told a lie.
It is funny when I see you sending tweets at like 10:30 or 11. It's like, oh wow, he's staying up late tonight.
Oh yeah, man. It was like Bonte was even still responding. It's like, Bonte, go to bed. You got to be up in 3 hours, man. Go to sleep. Nah, it's true. It's true. What's up, buddy? Hey. Oh, wow. Thank you. Oh, you're the best.
Megan's the best.
You're both the best.
I help facilitate.
What y'all know about that? We told y'all business was about to pick up. Cheers. Thanks, homie. That's our homie Slammy, by the way.
Hello, everybody.
That's our homie Slammy. Yeah, gin colored with butterfly pea flower. That's I don't know. We in here, baby. Hit the thumbs up while you're here. Hit the subscribe buttons. That's actually only one subscribe button. I don't know why I always make the subscribe button plural, but yeah, we told y'all business was about to pick up. It's time stamped, Brad. There's proof. It lives on the internet. The boy was up. I thought I was trying to be cute. I'm gonna get the show planned, and then I'll be able to sleep in. But I forgot to turn the alarm off, so I was up at 4:30. Yeah, buddy. This is what we're gonna light the beam with on Sunday. This is what we're gonna light the beam with right here. I'm gonna need about 50 more of these to put on the shelf. Shout out to Empress Gin. They're going to be a part of our Game 4 watch party at Sky River Casino. We're going to be lighting the beam with this Empress 1908, this beautifully purple colored gin we got right here. Again, that's all part of the watch party at 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino. Make your plans to be with us on Sunday. Make your plans to be with us on Thursday.
Yeah, man.
We're going to be out at Republic in downtown Sacramento. We're going to be right in the thick of things.
Public House.
Public House, yeah. What'd I say? Republic? No, is that a place? Republic's a place.
Club. I think that's a club. I think Republic's a club.
Maybe I was going to the field. Maybe I was going to play soccer. Maybe I shouldn't stay up till 1:30 in the morning anymore.
I met Roro last night.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, Roro. That's my guy. Shout out to my guy Roro.
Okay, very good.
Yeah,
very good.
Him, man.
You had yourself a night.
Yeah.
You had yourself a night indeed. Again, make your plans to be with us. Game 3, Public House downtown. Game 4, Sky River Casino, 32 Brew Street. We're going to be lighting the beam with Empress 1908 right here. And speaking of lighting the beam, let's run some more Drake bars, man. Shout out to our brother Jacob, who's been coming strong with Drake bars over the last couple of days. Kings get a win. They're up 2-0 on the Golden State Warriors. Hey, Jacob, let him hear about it.
How they call them the doves, but they ain't got one. Down 0-2, running out of oxygen. Adam Silver in the building, now he watching. Draymond using bodies like an ottoman. He says he plays with a lot of emotion. Kind of look like a lot of implosion. I got his back, I get it, he makes him broken. But he better go jump in the ocean. 40 water now giving us the cold shoulder. The Kerr not concerned over the turnovers. Blowing up a TNT and you can feel the roar. Careful now, cause Warriors it can go all four. Trying to take the Kings out, but they didn't cut the deck. Might have the number, just check the roller deck. Dre yelling, excited, glad it didn't turn violent. No monastery, but our monk will never be silent. Dirty play is a 23 little ritual. Using human bodies as an elliptical. Davey Young pressing on, they forgot about him. Jordan Kiddie Poole looked like he was drowning. Andrew Wiggins, this game just wasn't his. I guess the same goes for his kids.
Oh, Jacob! Jacob! Foul on the play. Come on, Jacob. Jacob, that's out of pocket, bro. Come on, man. Drake bars.
Can't say that.
Send us your Drake bars at D'Lo and KC. You could hit the DMs. You could tag us, whatever. Some of y'all don't know how to act.
You can't say that.
Get Jamel in here. Jamel, what's going on, baby?
KC, D'Lo, what's up, baby? I'm back.
What's good? What's good, baby?
I'm a $500 wager, man. I follow you guys all the time. I listen to you guys at work. $500 wager, man, with my cousin out there from the Dove City. You know, he done cashed that out already. He cashed that out. D'Lo told me to get some new shoes. I thought about it, but then I just doubled up. Got another $300 bet. I got another $300 bet with my cousin right now for the series, baby. We ain't scared. I told people, let's light the beam in April. I've been telling y'all that for over a month. Let's light the beam in April. Hey, these kids look scared right now, bro. Like Trysta, and you guys was talking about when he started the second half with what's homeboy's name? I forget his name right now. Moody. I said, oh yeah,
They don't have a clue what to do right now, man. They look like they in trouble. I'm saying right now, I appreciate y'all. I appreciate all y'all doing. But hey, to all the Warrior fans listening, y'all in trouble, man. I love y'all, man. I'll talk to y'all later. Thank you.
Love you back, bro.
Much love, big dog.
We
Much
appreciate
love.
you.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I saw the same thing. They were out there just kind of flailing around, like trying to do a little extra stuff. The flopping got real crazy for the Warriors starting in that second quarter. And I just felt like they saw mortality to this dynasty staring at them. Like we can't get these guys right now.
That's why I think these antics, if the Kings continue to play well, so I think these antics are going to get worse. Because of what you just, they know this is the end. Some of them know that this is the end. And I think it's like little children acting out. And it's really just one. You're going to see a lot of flopping. Curious to see how Clay handles this. But the Kings, they still got games to win.
I got a text, and it was a great point from the homie. He was checking in. He said, we didn't even talk about this. He was checking in because he said Clay was in a tizzy and upset because he got dunked on twice. Harrison, we didn't even talk about the Black Falcon. The way he started off the game. That was nasty.
Goodness gracious.
And he's right about that, because after that, Clay was turned up. After he got dunked on by Harrison and Harrison's yelling at him, Clay was turned up.
That first Harrison dunk, that got me off the couch.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not gonna
that
lie.
was-
Like, I stood up after that one.
That was
looking like
that
Dr.
was one of
J.
those grab everybody in sight, like, whoa, almost everybody, not everybody, but almost everybody in sight, like, whoa.
Almost everybody.
Let's get Kamara in here, 916-909-1320. What's up, Kamara?
What's going on, fellas? First of all, I think Ashby said that, Casey, I think we called it last week, this was going to be the coming out party for De'Aaron. The national page finally recognizing it, seeing that he's, much more than just a fast player, but he's a dynamic player. But with that being said, man, the one thing that I think is fascinating with this series is that coming in, everybody's talking about the experience and the championship medal of the Golden State Warriors and how this is new booty Sacramento Kings getting into the playoffs. But the Kings have been, what they're showing in the playoffs is what they've been throughout the entire year, a focused team. They've been focused, like even to the point where I think you called it out, Damian, like nobody in Golden State even got Draymond. And I think that's by part and parcel how they want the whole thing. But when Malik and Draymond were chirping, guess who came out to the bench? You saw Doug Christie. You saw a couple of players. You saw Luke Locke. You saw all these players and coaches telling them, "Hey, let's reel it back in because we're focused." Golden State has not been focused all season. They haven't been focused since they started the season. They clearly weren't focused on the road, and they're not focused in these playoffs. And they think, that they were going to be able to turn on that focus throughout this entirety of this series. And they're showing the Kings, they have a goal. What they say, we're not trying to win 41 games. We got bigger goals.
Yep.
They're not trying to beat the Golden State Warriors. They got bigger goals, and it's showing in this series. And I'm really, really proud of how these guys are letting everybody else know to eat their crow that these guys are for real.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think it speaks to the focus that we were talking about earlier when we talked with Chris Biderman. Hate to do this, we always run long with TK, so we're going to step out and come back, and then we'll get settled in. We got Jason Jones coming up here shortly. We'll talk more Kings basketball as D'Lo and Casey roll along here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. And we'll hit the playoff push.
If you're still watching, Miss Fox, how you doing, man? I know you love them games, man. I know you love them games. Your baby boy is showing out. So shout out to Miss Lorraine Fox.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I really want that picture. Did we get more Drake boys? Oh. Oh, what? Oh.
Joe set him straight.
No, Coach, you never played pickup basketball. You ever had somebody grab your ankle? Where's you supposed to land? Where's you supposed to land? Did he grab an ankle? Or you just he should have stepped on Sabonis' neck for all the flopping he was doing yesterday. That's what should have happened. You want to be a big tough guy and roll around on the ground for 5 minutes, and then next thing you know, you play the final 7:03. You're pushing off on Looney and everybody else, and then you're in your product jacket after the game talking about, yeah, I don't, it's just playoff basketball. I didn't know what to do, so I had to protect myself. So let me grab an ankle and hug it. Oh, come on.
Shout out to the Chatty House who stays screen grabbing. They really just had Jim Cozumore on the show, huh? I guess they're not. I guess they're not in on it. All right. Do you think, Coz?
I feel like Harrison Barnes has been really good, like in moments. Like when you notice him, it's like key. Or it's a momentum shifter or something like that.
Yeah. I can't grasp his impact right there. Like I know it's there, right? Like just think there might be a few guys above him. So, but you're right. He has those moments for sure.
Stephen Brown said it best. He hates those guys. Harrison Barnes.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like you can feel that when he plays.
Yeah, for sure.
Harrison don't never yell. He didn't yell like 3 times.
Did you see the look on his face when Draymond did his circus act? Mm-hmm. He's like, "Come on, man, what are we doing?"
Right. I don't think he has a problem with Steph or Clay. I don't think he likes that whole deal.
Yeah. That's all right. He got a home here.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't got to discuss it today, too. But if that Kings defense is what it is, and that offense picks up,
yeah, and that's people keep talking about the Warriors. Like I get it, it's what you guys know. You don't know any better, but Kings offense is not on point. Like you're looking at scores from Malik Monk and thinking, oh, you just had not Malik can do that like regularly, but what you need to look at is what Kevin Huerter is doing. And the fact that Keegan Murray got he's got nothing through this series. That's what should make you nervous.
Mario's calling it the way you were. Mark the calendars, rematch on Christmas Day.
Bet. Yeah.
Comes to the Golden One too.
Yeah, y'all coming to us.
Not going to be many of those Christmas Day games left for the Warriors.
Yeah,
count your days, pal.
As long as they got Steph, they'll have them.
It's about 4 left.
Did you see?
39-year-old Steph.
Man,
4 more, right? It'd be 39.
I can see it.
Yeah.
Did you see? I'll make sure I got his name right. Under the radar. Man, I'm not gonna be able to put up in time. Sac State hired a women's basketball coach.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah. And I mistakenly didn't grab brother's name either, but I did see that. Man, shout out to Danny from the UK. Got to meet him last night.
Man. Him and his son, man, that was dope. Man.
Somebody somewhere has like a picture of. I think the only one we have some Hall of Fame members of King's Twitter, along with Lil old me and Kenny, after the game. I don't know where that picture is, but I'd love to see it. Whoever has it, I don't know if Chili has that. It's the playoff push presented by Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. We now know unofficially that Draymond Green will not be suspended. That's courtesy of Shams Charania. He'll be fined, but no suspension coming. Draymond Green will be available for game number 3 at the Chase Center in San Francisco coming up on Thursday. It'll be an eventful couple of days for the Sacramento Kings, as we expect. In about 2 hours, De'Aaron Fox will be named the first ever NBA Clutch Player of the Year. We believe tomorrow Mike Brown will be named the NBA Coach of the Year.
Is that something that because you have the time? Is that something they're like going to put on the tip-off show?
Yeah. I believe it's at 4:30.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, it's at 4:30 our time, of course. I don't know why I would say 7:30 Eastern. I don't know. Well, shout out to everybody.
Yeah, we're Miss P.
Facts. That's facts.
Cheryl in Baltimore.
Yes, indeed. Well, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Mitch.
And Mitch is on the line. So let's take care of a couple of things here. 76ers take a 2-0 lead over the Nets. We got the Hawks and Celtics on NBA TV tonight. Knicks at Cavs, Clippers at Suns. We saw a lot of upsets in game 1. Do we see any in game 2?
Do we see?
I'll start with Hawks and Celtics.
No, I think if the Hawks win a game, I think it's going to be a home game. I don't think they want to.
I don't know that anything with the Knicks and Cavs is truly an upset, is it?
I don't think so. I think that's an evenly matched series.
Clippers at Suns. Clippers up 1-0.
That would be an upset if the Clippers won a game.
Most definitely.
Yeah,
you think it happens?
No.
Okay.
I think Phoenix wins tonight.
All right, let's get back to these phone lines.
You
This is
know,
playoff
Thursday
push.
They play at the same time as the Kings Warriors.
What's that?
Thursday, Clippers Suns play same time as Kings Warriors.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
NBA TV?
Yes.
Huh. How about that? They're on NBA TV. Wow. Boy.
What a coinky.
Bite my tongue, man. It's the playoff push presented by Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. 916-909-1320. Our brother Ramsey on the line. Ramsey, what's up, baby?
Not too much. On my way heading towards the Bay right now. I'm going to Cubs and A's game tonight. Going to Cubs and A's game tonight. I mean, I can try to get a lightweight vibe check when I'm at the old home of where that Bay Area team used to play at to see how these Bay Area fans are really thinking about the series.
Well, you won't get a feel from that. There's only going to be 20 people at the game.
Yeah, that I get. I understand. But yeah, I mean, they might be trembling down there in Oakland or anywhere I end up at in the Bay by
Ramsey, their trembling
tonight.
comes out in like anger. Like when they're nervous, they don't say like, "Man, I'm nervous about this game." They just get mad and start making up stuff. That's what Dubs fans do.
Facts. I mean, they were even doing that not the 2 games, but the last home game when the Kings were playing with a depleted roster. They were getting mad when Kings fans were presenting them with facts.
Ramsey, do you ever take your girl on like a date or anything?
Yeah, we went out for her birthday last week.
Like since then, I mean, I saw you at the Kings game last night in your customary uniform of dry fit t-shirt, shorts, hat, and mask, and now you're going to like the baseball game. Like, when do you make time for your girl?
We're going to San Francisco together on Sunday for Game 4.
Of course. Okay. Of course, you're taking her to her sporting event.
Spend time with me. You better go to these games. Ramsey living the life, man. He living the life.
We got Mitch. Mitch, what's happening, baby?
How you guys doing?
We good, Mitch. What's up with you, baby?
Hey, Casey, the previous call mentioned the A's. You know what I see what happened to the A's? Just like the Colts left overnight, FedEx seems like they need business. They should just FedEx every single equipment player at FedEx in Las Vegas and get this charade over with, because they don't want it. They don't want to take care of the state. They don't want to take care of the teams there in Oakland. It's a shame. I hear it straight down.
Yeah. I mean, I wish they'd stay in Oakland, but it looks like they're trying everything they can to get to Las Vegas.
Just expand. So they got to expand and move some bad teams with these bad owners. That'd be the best playoff victory, I think, for the Kings ever. And they got Golden State. They got the pretty boys in a corner. And Draymond Green is suspended for the rest of the series. Now, didn't Domantas still do the same thing? And he got suspended. And he did it against guys that had pads and a helmet. This guy, Draymond, he's nuts. He's a lunatic. Come on. He's a knucklehead. Suspend him for the rest of the series. Don't give me his money. It's a tax shadow. Anyway, I bet, right? Okay. That's all I got.
All right, Mitch. Yeah, we appreciate you calling as always.
Boy, that's a lot.
Suspended for the rest of the series.
What was Draymond's name?
Draymond.
Okay.
Draymond.
Says suspend him for the series.
Like he's not getting suspended at all.
And who did he say got stomped in football?
I think he was trying to talk about Albert Hainsworth.
That was different.
I mean, he did have spikes on the bottom of his shoes, and the dude's helmet was off, so they're not quite the same thing.
Oh man. Gotta love Mitch, man. Yesterday, when I was talking to Ramsey at the game, I pulled him to the side and said, Ramsey, man, stop blocking people. He said, no, if it calls for it, it calls for it.
I love that Ramsey's on our channel. Say Ramsey stop blocking people, and he just flat out said no.
I said, man, stop.
Ramsey's insubordinate.
I said, Ramsey, man, like that's only if they get like for real disrespectful. They were disrespectful to the city to go there and people were telling me, get him, Ramsey, get him. It's like, oh man, come on, Ramsey, you gotta chill, man.
I couldn't believe that day I went to find Victor. I couldn't believe how many block names were in there. Like just regular names, like not you know,
bots
porn bots, but like just regular people. It's just, oh, Ramsey just got these dudes. Man.
He's blocked NBA Young Kobe.
Again? Did we?
No, I don't think again.
Oh.
No, but
Young Kobe was a tough one to find. Like that was a tough find. That took a while.
Oh man.
Who did you block?
John Bull.
No, you timed out John Bull, but you it was Victor. It was Victor.
Victor.
That's right. Yeah,
Sorry,
it was Victor was the one you blocked.
I didn't even mean to block Victor though.
No, you didn't. Go in there and find him. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live in visual form as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. If you're watching, subscribe, hit the thumbs up. We appreciate you so much for being here with us. Let's grab our man Phil here, 916-909-1320. What's up, Phil?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, I keep trying to tell you it's about to be a sweep. Forgot the broom. Keys are too big for the Warriors.
Okay.
Got no size.
Look, man, I'm not predicting a sweep. I'm just saying, be on alert. I was talking to one of the guys last night as we were walking out. He said he was going to game 3 and 4. I said, hey, man, might need that broom on Sunday.
Bless you.
This series has felt really like net Celtics-ish from last year. If you remember last year, all those games too, they were down to the wire, I think, except for maybe game 4.
You had your hand up. I thought you were going to talk.
Oh, yeah.
Game 3.
Oh, it was game 3?
Yeah.
Oh.
Game 3 was like the 30-point blowout.
Okay, yeah. So it was game 3. Yeah, this series it feels a lot similar to that last year. I think because last year, like both teams were close and stuff, but you could still tell definitively who the better team was.
Mm-hmm. That was a good call. When you said that last night, I was like, yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Jesse's favorite analogy right there.
It's just there's so many parallels you can draw from it, just given how they were talking about the Warriors coming into the series and how the teams played in their respective seasons.
Let's get Sam in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Sam?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, man.
Have you guys discussed Keegan Murray he hasn't even shown up. Do you have any idea what's going on?
I don't think anything's going on. I just think he's had a tough time getting in the flow of the game. Malik and Davion, kind of the rotation has played really well. Trey Lyles didn't hit shots yesterday like he did in game number 1. I don't think there's anything wrong with Keegan. It's just it's been a tough couple of games for him. And I don't think you agree with me. I do think the Warriors defense has been pretty frustrating for Sacramento. I know you're big on open looks, and I know that you feel like they
for who?
The Sacramento offense in general. Maybe like they're not locking down De'Aaron. I think their movement. I think they slowed things down a little bit yesterday. I think they were really active yesterday, particularly in the first half. I don't know if that's taking Keegan out at all. I know metrics have open shots. I know there's a metric for open and wide open and very open. I think a lot of what they were taking yesterday, particularly during that brutal stretch in the first quarter, some of them were just missed, flat out missed. Some of them were contested. But I do think the Warriors defense has been pretty solid.
No, I don't. I think there have been spurts of that from the Warriors defense. But I do feel the only thing that the Warriors have done really well, and maybe this is why we don't see as much Keegan and like see him being as effective, is they've done a really good job on the dribble handoff situation. That's really about it. When it gets to ISO and pick and roll, Fox and Monk are doing whatever they want to do. Harrison Barnes seems to be, when he wants to be aggressive, seems to be able to do whatever he wants to do.
I think when it comes to getting to the basket, I'm going to stop short of saying they're unstoppable. They're not unstoppable. But they can, especially the guards. I feel like Domas has a harder time getting to the basket when he's away from it and he has the ball than De'Aaron or Malik or even Davion did. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's craftiness. Maybe it's movement. Maybe it's confidence. I don't know what it is. There were times I was actually frustrated with Domas a few times yesterday because I felt like he could have gone at Draymond, and he didn't. He looked for something else. Not questioning like the basketball play. It was just like, oh, body into him. Like you're every bit as strong as he is.
The other frustrating thing, a couple of times he bodied in way too aggressively and obviously.
Yeah.
When he got the 2 offensive fouls, he just dipped his. I mean, it's an easy call. Just dipped your shoulder and that was it.
Let's get Maddie in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Maddie?
Yo, what's good, my boys? How we feeling?
What's good, baby?
What's good? Hey, so I said what's up to my boy D-Lo. It was Friday. He was chilling out on the concourse, walking around. Boy was dressed to the nines.
You know how he do.
And had his assistant right behind him. I was like, sheesh.
Don't stop that. I had no such thing. You stop that right now.
Nah, you had somebody that was writing something down for you. You know, he was looking back at him. I was like, okay, D-Lo made it big for sure now.
I don't believe any of this, Maddie.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes.
No, I don't believe. No, I'm not going to be double teamed like this. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Hey, I just want to run something by you, man, because I was hearing some people talking about this. I think the Kings Warriors game. It was Friday. Say it was the highest rated playoff game of the weekend, and some Kings fans a little worried, talking about how the Warriors might end up getting a little bit more favorable calls to extend the series a little bit. What do you think about that?
No, I understand that. There were some calls yesterday that were a little frustrating, but that's going to be the case no matter what. Sometimes I feel like if you're looking for something, you'll find it. Like if you're dead set on the calls going against Sacramento, that the league is trying to extend the series, that the league wants their dubs to win, you'll see it. Like you very regularly see what you're looking for. I got frustrated by some calls yesterday. Again, watching them, I don't know if the calls were wrong. I hated the Malik Monk call when the crowd just rose to its feet when Malik and Davion were playing defense on Steph. And Steph comes up, kind of initiates contact in the Monk's chest. I don't know if you're Malik, what you're supposed to do in that situation. Yeah. And the roar of the crowd was quickly turned into a groan because all of that hard work was paid off with a whistle.
Right.
But is it a bad call, or is it the league working in favor of the Warriors? It was just a bad call. That's all it was.
And
maybe it wasn't. In my opinion, it was. If you're Malik, like if I'm Mike Brown, I don't know what I tell Malik in that situation. I don't know how you tell someone to defend that play.
No, I don't know what else you do. I mean, we could do this all day, like Warrior fans do. Klay Thompson, anytime he's dribbling the ball and there's defense tight on him and he's trying to get a three, pushes off every single time.
Yeah,
every single time.
And who was
pushes off every time?
Was it Jordan Poole who kept doing the wraparound?
Oh, Jordan Poole, yeah, when he did this,
when he was driving, yeah.
De'Aaron got called for the foul.
That was the one on the baseline, right?
Mm-hmm.
When Jordan went out of bounds, yeah.
Jordan Poole also does the move every time, or a lot of the times. I don't know if it's every time, but like when he's dribbling with his right hand and he wants to stop on a dime and he takes that left hand, pushes the defender in the back a little bit and crosses back over, does it real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we want to nitpick and say those things happen, pick them out every time.
Yeah.
But I mean, one example against that is the series Jesse referenced not too long ago. You think they didn't want Brooklyn and Boston to go 7?
Yeah.
4-game sweep.
Yeah.
Like if the other team is better,
yeah,
then there's only so much that a call can do or anybody can do.
916-909-1320. Let's get Max in here. Max, what's going on, brother?
Hey, how are you?
We're doing well, man. What's on your mind?
Well, what all the commentators seem to miss about yesterday's game was it really wasn't the first stomp on Sabonis that hurt Sabonis. If you look at the replay in slow motion and looked at Sabonis' face, it was when Draymond decided to use him as a platform to jump off of. Then you got the full weight of a grown man's body plus more, because when you're jumping, you exert even more force. That's what I thought might have cracked a rib. And if he cracked a rib, then I think the league would be talking several game suspension.
Yeah, and that doesn't appear to be the case as X-rays were done, whether Draymond Green believes that they were done last night or not. X-rays on Domas's, I think, ribs and lungs were done yesterday, and they were clean.
Yeah.
And as we know now, Shams Charania has reported, I don't think anything official has come out, but Shams has reported that it doesn't look like Draymond's going to be suspended. I'm with you, Max, but it doesn't look like that's happening.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
Yeah, I just think that's a sneaky thing to do, to use another player to use him as a platform to jump off.
Yeah, sneaky's a hell of a word for it. But yeah,
it's a dirty thing to do.
Yeah, we're with you.
And once again, he says you're not that athletic and whatever. I mean, you're clumsy. And like I said earlier, man, I'm not going to back up off of it. I'm not calling him that per se, but he moves like a scrub. I've played basketball my entire life. I know how non-talented, non-skillful players move. He moves that way. If he's that's all he got, then that's all he got. But that's how he moves. And to be honest with you, I've seen him pass the basketball. I've seen him do different things. I don't believe there are talented things that he does on the court.
Mm-hmm.
But he don't move that way. He moves like a wild, unhinged scrub. My thought.
Well,
that's the views of Kenny Carroll.
I more worry about, it feels like this team is the Golden State Warriors. It feels like they're reckless at times. And I don't know if it's frustration. I don't know what it is. But they do feel reckless a lot. I feel like Domas just got the crap kicked out of him yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I think there were a lot of plays where Domas Domas doesn't get whistles. And I don't know if it's the strength thing. I don't know if he needs to go flopping and flailing a little bit more. I don't know what it is, but he just doesn't. Even if he did, I don't think he'd get the respect of that call. Still the Sacramento Kings.
Right.
You could be up 10-0 on the Golden State Warriors, and you're still the Sacramento Kings. That's still Steph Curry on the other end.
Mm-hmm.
Those whistles aren't going to go your way.
Right.
I don't know what 10-0 would be a best of series. That'd be a hell of a comeback from Golden State. But the point is, I don't think any of that matters. They're not going to give Domas or Dean or anyone the respect of those calls. They're going to have to be clear-cut fouls. Like we saw with Malik. You're going to know, like, Malik very clearly fouled.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to make sure you see it, too.
Mm-hmm.
He got to the foul line quite a bit.
And the thing about it is, and we talked about it, Mike Brown, that coaching staff, they're going to have these guys locked in and focused. Can't worry about the calls that you're not going to get. We know that this is how it's going to be, at least from time to time. You got to continue to do your job. You got to continue to push the pace. You got to continue to keep putting pressure on them. And so far for 2 games, he's had them locked in to doing just that.
Game 3 coming up on Thursday. We'll be doing a watch party.
Yeah,
come through,
Public
man.
House.
Indeed, Public House downtown. That's game 3. Game 4, Sky River Casino. We've got a lot of fun stuff on the way. We've got Jason Jones set to join us here in just a couple of minutes. We got De'Aaron Fox, who's almost certainly going to get the NBA's inaugural Clutch Player of the Year award coming up in just about an hour. Obviously, the team have 2 days off. No practice, no media availability for the Sacramento Kings today.
Everybody clear your heads.
I'm with that. I like that.
Everybody clear your heads.
Yeah, I like that.
No, I don't mean to keep going back. It's on in front. Draymond with the whole crowd thing. You said it perfectly earlier. If you want to be a wrestler, go be a wrestler. He looked ridiculous.
I really thought the league was going to have some feelings about that.
That was
really
crazy.
did.
I'm just sitting up here watching.
Really
like
did.
you, I didn't watch the telecast. This is like the first time I'm seeing it on the telecast again. That was ridiculous. That was absolutely ridiculous. This is not WrestleMania. This is not SummerSlam. This ain't NXT, bro. It's the NBA. Like, that was a joke.
Yeah, but I have a great picture. I got to show you the picture I found. I'll see if I can put it up on the screen. But I was searching for stuff to make graphics and title stuff for our YouTube page. I found this picture of Adam Silver. Like, that's what we're doing right there. Adam Silver just disgusted by what's happening.
Crosses 2 sticks.
I'm surprised Draymond wasn't suspended. I'm not fighting for it either way. I was really angry in the moment because it just looks so egregious.
Right.
But apparently the NBA has decided otherwise, and that's fine. Draymond will be available on Thursday.
I like I said, I don't care. Smack him up with Draymond there. It doesn't matter. But maybe it's one of those things where you had to be in the building to get the feel of it. But am I going overboard? He looked like a complete maniac in that moment.
He did.
He looked like a complete raving maniac in that moment. I don't know if it came off the same way on TV, but being in there and the way he was behaving, he looked crazy.
Those are the images that are going to define Draymond Green. You know what really, and you kind of alluded to this earlier when you were talking about Draymond, but the stuff that really bothers me, like if someone was going to write a piece about the NBA and something negative about the NBA, they're going to use images of Draymond Green's behavior last night. They're going to use that screaming, that yelling, that grabbing himself the way that he was as he was yelling at the crowd. That's going to be the image for Fox News or whoever decides to write something on this. And that's why I really thought that's the part Adam was going to be furious about. Yeah. And maybe he is furious, but it wasn't enough to suspend him.
Like I said, that's whatever. It's whatever.
I get the feeling, yo boy, Jason Jones has a different feeling on this. Again, just a feeling. We'll talk to Jason Jones of The Athletic when we return next here on D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Jill posted that picture. I believe this is a legit Hall of Fame picture.
It really is, though. Really is, though.
Disco Tim. Love it. Wow. Who was that? Was that Steiny that said that? Oh, it was. Yeah. There's a lot of dots in here, so I don't care anymore if Draymond's right or wrong. He puts himself in that position constantly. Quit telling us about how you can bait people, but you don't lose it. You lost it last night. Huh? What's that? Yeah.
What do you think's next for the Warriors? Because their GM doesn't have an extension. Draymond's got questions. They already tired of Poole.
Speaking of, did you see that video of the guy ringing the cowbell and Bob Myers? Somebody said Bob Myers definitely said in the street for game 5.
If they get one.
No, Beantown. I'm not here to dispute whether it is or isn't. I know me personally, I don't like that, man. I don't like somebody, Draymond or anybody, behaving like a clown. That doesn't make me want to tune into the NBA or any professional sport more. It just doesn't. So maybe they do like his drama for ratings. Maybe the proof is in the pudding, but I just don't. That's not. And once again, I'll say it. I don't like to see another black man behaving like a clown that way, and thinking like, oh, let's do this for ratings. Like, stop, bro, stop.
I think I hit the rookie wall.
Uh-oh. The wall.
I hit the rookie wall. The first 10 minutes of this hour felt like 40.
Yeah.
Appreciate y'all being here, man. Thanks for hanging out today. I mean, well over 700 people have been hanging out since the beginning of the show, man. We really, really appreciate you. Subscribe, thumbs up, all that stuff. I mean, oh, man, we cruised past 400. Let's go to 5.
Let's get it.
Let's go to 5. Let's go, baby. Fun week for sure. What's tomorrow? Wednesday? When did Ham say he was leaving? Did he say that he was driving down Thursday? Maybe we get Brendan on tomorrow.
Yeah, a couple people I'm working on too. NG2 probably come on. And I met the young lady, Zeta from the pre and post.
Mm-hmm.
Where she said she pull up. So.
You did, huh?
I did.
Okay. You just forgot to introduce us. No, that's fine.
You guys, you were long gone. At one point, I was down there. I was like, somebody asked, like, "Where's Damien?" I was like, "What the hell is Damien?"
Where was I?
Oh no!
When was this?
It was after like everybody had done warm-ups.
Oh.
It was like after everybody had done warm-ups.
Oh, I might have just walked to the back.
I don't know what happened.
I met a young lady. Did you meet someone named Nika?
She had the blue suit on.
She had it wasn't blue. It was a suit.
Braids.
Yeah.
I didn't meet her. I saw her. I didn't meet her though.
No.
I think I forgot who I think she's with.
She walked in and stood next to me at the end of the Mike's press conference. I don't think she was wearing a blue suit. We might be talking about someone
Black
else.
girl?
No.
The Asian lady?
No. We're not getting very far. I don't. It's just there were so many new people there.
So many people we have never seen before.
Yeah, I was trying to put together everyone we met.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
I work here. I work there.
Yeah. And I didn't ask her who she worked for. She was complimentary of my jacket.
The lady with the plaid.
Yeah.
Yeah. She is Asian, isn't she?
I don't know. Maybe.
She was nice.
I don't see that stuff, Kenny.
Yeah,
I don't see that stuff.
I spoke with her as well. I don't know who she's affiliated with though.
Oh, is anybody there? Oh man. Sorry, Disco Tim. That's me. Well, I know, but he was there before, wasn't he? Oh. Jason Jones set to join us coming up here in just a few minutes. A reminder, we got watch parties jumping off for games 3 and games 4. Make your plans to hang with D'Lo and KC. We'll be at the Public House for game number 3. We will be at Sky River Casino. And with the Public House, Y'all gonna have to get there early.
Yeah.
Just like you did at the field house. Get there early. You know, downtown is going to be jumping. It's on 16th Street, Public House for game number 3. And then we'll be back home, baby. 32 Brew Street, Sky River Casino, game 4 watch party. Empress Gin in the building. Look at this color right here. We'll be serving up light the beams with this bad boy. Absolutely cannot wait.
Heavy breakfast,
Man, you know what? I think they got another drink for you I think you'll like. It's called Courtside.
Oh.
Empress Gin, peach, and lemonade.
That sounds good.
I think that's a Kenny, and it's fittingly, it's named after you.
Well,
Courtside.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's literally named after you. If I asked the Chatty House right now, what's Kenny's nickname? We'd get 748 replies that would say Courtside Kenny.
Hey, somebody did hit me up yesterday to be like, you can come down here if you want to.
See?
I was like, I got my people with me. I was like, you got 3 seats? They're like, we only got 2.
See?
I was
What
like,
was your third? I was up with in the sterile media section. Just
the young lady, there was 2 seats in the
dry as hell.
Back and said, hey, I'll just move over. I don't know
Well,
where
that's not what she said. She said, "Hey, that's. I think that's my
Came
my
back to her
seat."
seat.
And I don't think
With
that was
5
her
minutes to
seat.
go in the fourth
No, I
quarter.
don't think that was her seat. I think like someone like she probably knew someone at the ticket office and they sent it to her. She was like, "Is this your seat?" She's like, "No, I'm just sitting here talking to my people. It's your seat."
Yeah.
But the people behind Drake, you were delightful.
Oh yeah.
Who my girl who was wearing the Monk shirt, like she loved her some Malik Monk, boy. That's the fun thing about sitting in the audience is you find out like who everyone loves the most. And she had her Malik Monk shirt on and she was hype.
Yeah, she was turned all the way up. 2 things.
Mhm.
Number 1, did you see who was sitting next to Reese?
I did not.
Rich Paul was in the building.
Okay.
Yeah, Rich Paul was in Stars have been out in these first
Man,
2
they was
games in
really out.
Sacramento.
James Goldstein was here.
James Goldstein was in the building.
Yeah, Floyd, 50.
That Floyd 50 thing is crazy.
Peja.
I was telling Trysta,
Drake,
if I did come across Floyd, I'd have to get a picture of Floyd. I don't ask for a lot of pictures, but
Yeah,
if it's a
yeah.
GOAT, man, I gotta get a picture with Floyd.
I tried.
No,
I
I know.
tried.
Well, we were busy. We had things to do.
Well, and I didn't. Yeah, I didn't even know where you because we weren't working together.
Mm-hmm.
We were separate, so I didn't even know. I didn't know when you were on and done, and
Yeah,
I didn't even.
same thing. I didn't know the other day when that happened. So yeah, we was working. He gonna be back here a lot.
Oh,
'cause we
Floyd,
prime time
yeah,
now, so he gonna be back here a lot. That ain't nothing.
No doubt.
So there's that. Rich Paul was there, and then Tim Maxwell, Sacktown Baby Giraffe. Steph Curry was defended by Davion Mitchell for 19 possessions last night. 0 points, 0 of 1 from the field, 0 assists.
Wow. 19 possessions. Let's get Disco Tim here real quick. We're expecting Jason Jones to join us soon. Disco Tim, what's happening, baby?
Oh, man, I'm so excited. I'm going to pull over. How are you guys?
All right, I'm with it, man. It's great to hear from you.
I am having a moment right now. I am beside myself. Hey, can you guys remind me how many points we had after the first quarter last night?
17.
17! 17 points, and Kerr said he wasn't worried about his defense. And then we get back and won, man. I'm telling you, I'm having a moment right now. You guys know. I know. And here's the thing, is they can go ahead and make those terrible calls. Sacramento, we're used to getting bad calls. That's what happens to us. We live with bad calls. But pretty soon, we're going to be the ones that the country wants to see. We're going to be the ones the networks want on. And that's when it's going to happen. And it's happening right now.
It is.
I am out. Go King.
Love you, Disco Tim. Appreciate
Love you too, Disco Tim.
Appreciate you, buddy. I do believe he's right though that time is now. I mean, and we've discussed this in the past, and it's not the time to discuss it now. We can have some fun with this in the off season. Kings are going to be on national television next year.
Oh yeah,
I think they're going to be on national television a lot. They're going to get prime TNT games. They're going to get prime, a couple of prime ABC games. I think they might not be against the Eastern Conference based on some of the things we've seen this year. But you've always got the Lakers matchup. You've always got the Warriors matchup. whoever winds up coming out of the West, if it's not Sacramento, if it's Phoenix, whatever happens here moving forward. But you've got a lot of potential matchups for Sacramento to have really intriguing games on national television.
Yeah, man, that's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun to see this team who I always thought that they could be here moving forward. But there was a part of me that was like, man, maybe it's just a 1-year thing, and maybe they'll come down a little bit next year. But the more and that's what I was thinking like earlier in the year. But the more I watch them play, the more I see them, and then you look at the roster, you look at the roster construction. It's like this is built for the long haul. This is a system. This is a roster that still in its infancy. Like I think Monty McNair has some things he still wants to do with the roster, but it's built for the long haul. It's built for these guys to have sustainable success, and that's going to lead to them, being one of the teams that are on national TV a lot. And I'm anxious to see that. I can't wait to see it. I love Mark and Katie. They do a great job. But I love the national. I like to hear that sometimes too. You know what I mean? I'll go back and like when I go back to like watch to like take notes and stuff like that, I'll probably like go back to Mark and everybody. But I like hearing, the national thing, man. That's always pretty cool. Luckily, our guy's a national guy.
And in fact, he is. Go back to Tim's like original point when he called. 17 points for the Sacramento Kings in the first quarter. Final score after one was, or final score after one. The score after one was 23-17. Kings, I think, started the game 0 of 10, finished from 0 of 10 from 3. Excuse me, finished the quarter 1 of 13 from 3. Went on to score 41 in the second, and then 25 in the third and 31 in the fourth, and that got us to 114. To 106. Just missed the 115 number. Is that is 114 the number? 114 is the number.
114 is the number. So we can add that to our stats.
Okay. Well, count it. Count it.
Yeah, I gotta pat my Barry Horowitz, gotta pat myself on the back. People were
You said 150.
I did say
you too. That's what I saw. That's what the internet saw. You said 150.
People were asking me. Slater was asking me. Some of the guys down south, J.A., Biderman were asking me. Deuce saw him. They're like, yo, what you think tonight? I said, yo, I think the Kings win this one. And I'm not going to call it a blowout. I'm not going to say that. But I think it's, 8 to 11 points. Kings win by 8. Barry Horowitz.
I witnessed those conversations. Yeah. That indeed did happen. But
I'm on fire, man. I need to.
You are.
I need to go gamble, but that's probably when I'd start losing.
Sky River Casino on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm a
keep it
going.
Put
some down. Yeah, I'm put some down on something.
Keep.
I ain't playing no slots though. I don't know how people play slots, and then they be having like 7 lines and stuff like that. It's like, wait, I thought I just won. I got 4 in a row, but it was on the wrong line. Like, I don't know, man.
What?
I don't know, man. What? That's how we're gonna see Draymond in a second.
Slots. Oh,
sounded
man.
like Tyson. I don't know, man. What?
I did send Jay the links, by the way. I just resent them. So hopefully, tell him to check his spam folder. You know how we are here. Like we might get sent to the spam folder.
Gotcha. Are we still blocked? Or spam risk
when we call people?
I don't think we are anymore.
Oh, we got rid of that. Well, that's good. Well, that's good. By the way, I haven't seen him in here. Shout out to our other dude, Jason, who we met last night.
Yeah, Jason was in the building representing for his Warriors, man. He was out there in the trenches. Big ups to him, man.
It made me think because he
was in here earlier.
Oh, was he?
Yeah,
okay.
He was in here earlier.
I think they're part of the same fraternity, aren't they?
Too,
Oh, my boy JD, yeah.
Yeah. We met him last night, man. Good. Been hanging with us all week. As we welcome in the culture writer at The Athletic, our man, Jason Jones. Jay, what's good?
Nothing. Is this safe? I mean, I've been looking at the little social media stuff and people getting name calling and is it safe?
Welcome back from vacation.
We got you.
I'm just like, I'm glad I ain't a part of this. I mean, I'm supposed to, I mean, depending on how long the series goes, I'm gonna be at a couple of games. I'm like, maybe the Kings need to sweep for the peace. So we can get peace back in the streets. Y'all getting riled up out there.
We ain't do nothing.
We just
ain't
talking.
done nothing over
We
here.
just talking basketball. Like it's that some people don't know how to handle losing. It's gotten to them a little bit.
But I said for years, the day the Kings were good, I said you wouldn't be able to tell nobody in Sacramento nothing.
That's facts.
And it was gonna be wild and reckless and crazy, and it's even more than I thought it was gonna be.
We said this 2 weeks into the season. Don't let this team be good. Y'all ain't ready for it. And them boys in San Francisco ain't ready for it. They're fighting with each other. They're screaming at each other.
And this is the killer, Jay. We ain't said nothing about the Warriors, man.
Ain't nothing.
We ain't say nothing about the Warriors. We respect them as the defending champions that they are.
Yep.
I mean, I might have talked about Draymond at this point.
A little bit.
I mean, well, look, he is an unhinged, playing like a scrub type guy.
That's why Mama Green look at you sideways.
She did look at me crazy. Jason, I walked past Mama Green yesterday. I think she knew who I was. I think she was getting
Draymond is my
fault. It's not my fault. Her son is unhinged. That's not my fault.
Draymond is my buddy. We played dominoes together. He is my buddy.
Let's talk about it. Well, I feel like you might have a different interpretation of what happened last night.
How in terms of what happened, or
with Draymond and Domas?
I thought Domas grabbed his ankle and Draymond got him off, and I think the way the referees handled it was right. I think Domas deserved what he got. He got the flake, whatever, and they tossed Draymond. I think that should be the end of it. I don't think this is like a carry-on suspension type situation. And I will say this: everyone outside of Sacramento tends to agree with me that I've seen.
Well, then you're all wrong.
You're all wrong. I thought in the moment,
I don't think. I think when you put things in slow motion, it looked like a Seth Rollins stomp. But I didn't. I mean, he got a flagrant 2 and ejected. They lost. I just don't know what else. I don't. To me, that's not a suspension.
You don't think that was a Seth Rollins curb stomp?
No. No, I mean, if it would have been a situation if he ran over and did that, yeah, I'd be like, oh yeah, he got to go for another game.
Hit him with the Finn Balor, just ran and just jumped on him.
Yeah, but like even as Domas said after the game, it's playoff basketball. It happened. It's over. I mean, it's over.
I ain't never seen that in the playoffs. Like this is why I keep saying what I'm saying. I ain't never seen nobody do that. And it's just like people's legs get grabbed all the time. One thing people aren't talking about is Gary Payton II grabbed Domas's leg at the end of game 1, trying to prevent when they threw the pass to Monk with 2 seconds left and he got fouled. Payton was on the floor grabbing at Sabonis's ankle. And nobody
if Sabonis did that to Gary Payton, I'd have no problem with it.
Regular people don't do that. Like that's the whole thing. I've seen numerous people get their leg grabbed. Normal people, non-unhinged people don't do that.
I think there's a lot of things at work. I think it's Draymond, number one. That's the big thing. It's Draymond. And Draymond gets.
I'll stop you real quick. People use that as like people be picking on him. No, it's a well-deserved reputation.
No, I'm not saying that anyone's picking on him. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that Draymond gets zero benefit of the doubt. No one's going to look at that and say, well, okay, maybe it's a one-off. I mean, I get all that. Like I said, just from what I saw, my first thought was, did he grab his ankle? And then when you see it go back and you see it, I'm like, okay, I see what happened. I'm like, oh, they're going to toss him for that. I said they're going to toss him and Domas is going to get a tech or a flagrant 1. And that's what they called. So to me, it's over. I don't think it's a suspension. I mean, he kicked Steven Adams way worse than that and didn't get suspended. I mean,
I watched it today. He went full on Pat McAfee.
Hey, did you see?
Yeah, I'm just like, I look at the entire thing and I'm like, if they didn't suspend him for punting Steven Adams in the manhood, they're not going to suspend him for that.
Did you see in that video, Damon, when Draymond against the Celtics when he went to set a screen and he flipped?
Yep.
Come on, man. Who is this guy?
I mean, I'm not. I mean, if people want him suspended, I get it. I don't think that's a suspension, but that's just me. And I guess the NBA agrees with me. So, of course, that means the NBA hates the Sacramento Kings and let the conspiracy continue to go. Hey, I thought we were going to talk about, the Kings playing a little defense, and
well, we will, and I do want that's your man. That's your dominant. That's your spades partner.
In the moment,
yeah, that's my guy. Yeah. Like I said, I get it, but I was like Shaq. Hey, if you grab my ankle, I'd do the same thing. And to me, it's over. To me, it's over. I don't see it's over. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they'll tussle in the first quarter in Game 3. They'll get double text or something, and then we'll move on with life. This is I've seen way more egregious things in the playoffs. I watched Andrew Bynum try to cut JJ Barea in half midair. I mean, we've seen way worse than that. That was I do believe because it was Draymond, it looks 10 times. I just don't think that was the worst thing I've ever seen.
Okay.
I really don't.
So let's try this. You're a big wrestling fan.
Mm-hmm.
Just covered WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Like 10 days of it.
Mm-hmm.
What about the behavior afterwards? You think, well, clearly they don't have that big of an issue with it, but you good with that?
What do you do? Just going back and forth with the fans?
You look like a clown.
I mean, that's not a crime if he wants to do that. Is that I'd rather have him doing that than have a Russell Westbrook confronting fans in the lounge. I mean, yeah, he's going back and forth with the fans. I mean, you got a Kings fan on national TV giving him the double bird.
Well, he instigated that.
Right.
Like he started that.
Do we know that though? Do we know that he was the? I mean, I'm like I said, I wasn't there, but I'm pretty sure that he didn't walk to the bench and everyone just went like this at him. I mean,
he walked to the bench, stood up on the chairs, and started doing this whole.
Oh,
he just stood on the top rope.
I mean, I think Draymond's over the top.
He did everything but point at the WrestleMania sign last night. That's the only thing he didn't do.
Hey, if acting like that is a suspension or a fine, give it to him. I was entertained.
He got the fine.
I was entertained. I mean, I was entertained by that. I'm like, oh, I even tweeted, he's going full heel now. But we've seen Draymond do this before. So I guess to me, I'm kind of just jaded. I'm like, we've seen him act like this with, in a game. Ain't the first time, and I just, they're going back and forth, whatever, I mean, assuming there's a Game 5, I'm pretty sure the reception for Draymond will be lovely in Sacramento. And if there's a Game 5, I'll be there. I can't wait to be there for that if that happens, but it's emotional. It's the playoff. I think they're going to give guys a little more leeway with stuff like that in the postseason. And hey, I've seen players go back and forth with and stuff like that before. Like I said, to me, I got a much bigger problem with Russell Westbrook running up on people because.
Uh-oh. See, that's what you get. I think he was about to say something bad about Russell Westbrook. That's why the internet froze on you right there. And that's an official Jason Jones freeze. That was a 5-second freeze for the benefit of those with flash photography.
And I'm pretty sure my mentors are going to be calling me a hater and see, we know you hate the Kings. And okay. I just don't think,
Let me ask you this, Jason. What you think his teammates think of all this?
I think they're probably that's him being him. I mean, I'm pretty sure they don't like the fact that he missed the last half of the fourth quarter in a one-possession game. Yeah. I know they don't like that, but it's one of those things where you say, you know what? We got him on the team for all the good things he can do for us. We know we're going to have nights like this. And and you don't want to lose him, in the fourth quarter of a playoff game. I mean, he's their defense is, they've been a terrible defensive team on the road most of the year. He's the glue to when their defense is good. You can't, you lose. You got to, you're playing what, Moses Moody in the fourth quarter?
He's not their glue. He's not their glue. Steph Curry is their glue.
Oh, we not going. I can't sit here and act like Draymond ain't good because you don't like him.
I'm not saying that, but what's the excuse when he's the glue and they give up 134 in Memphis? Is he the glue then? When they give up 134,
Curry is not their glue defensively. I said defensively.
They were the worst defensive team on the road in the league.
I said when they're good. I qualified it. I qualified it. When they play well defensively, he's at the center of all that.
Steph Curry being on the court is the center of that.
Okay, I mean, I get it. You don't like Draymond. I get that.
No, I'm just saying, why do we ignore that when he's on the floor and Steph isn't there and they're the worst defensive team in basketball? Why is it he's the glue to the defense? So he's not the glue when they stink?
No, I said when he's playing. Okay, I'm just saying. I qualified it by saying they've been terrible on defense this year, especially on the road. I qualified by saying that. I said, but when they played well, he is the key to that defensively. That's all I said. And I said not having him in a one possession game in the fourth quarter of a playoff game matter. I wasn't here to give. I am not like I don't have a Draymond jersey under here. I promise.
You got that Bucks jersey though, and then you say you got that Bucks jersey.
Oh yeah, I got that Cream City from Milwaukee for sure. Yeah,
you got a Cream City jersey.
Oh yeah, I got the cream. I got that Giannis. I got that Giannis Cream City for sure.
Giannis.
I got that Giannis. I mean, I got a collection of them. I mean, I got an Irish and Grizzlies jersey. You know, who else is walking around with a Lamar Odom Mavs jersey but me? I love the random jersey. I love the random jersey.
Well, Giannis isn't exactly random. Maybe the Cream City selection.
Cream City jersey. Lamar Odom's Mavs jersey. That's wild right there. That's
the city right there. And I had the benefit of the Kings always going to these cities after the guy got cut. So I got that Iverson from the Grizzlies on the low.
Yeah,
like
there you
$20.
go.
It was like we gotta get rid of these. And then I think we were in Dallas like the day that Lamar got cut by the Mavs.
Damn.
Did you get one of them? Did you get one of them alternate Charlotte joints?
No, I will not, and I will not.
Okay, I was just asking.
Well, if I could get a custom jersey number, maybe.
Okay, calm down. All right. It's a sophomore.
I'm just saying. I'm just trying to have a good time during the postseason and not get beat up by the Kings media that's going out there and beating up everybody on social media. I'm just like, man,
like dealing with a sophomore class.
We just
y'all out. I mean, come on, y'all out there. I'm gonna kick the. I'm like, man, y'all.
Don't let me say nothing of that sort. The only dude I saw kick is that Nika Shoe dude who works for BetQL, but that's it. Hey, talk to that dude on social media.
On Nick.
I just told Trysta, like, tell your co-host I'm going to beat his ass. Like, it's on site. I'm going to beat your ass. You
And
talk
like,
awfully slick 3,000 miles away.
And
Do
I
not
know a lot
come
of these
here.
people, so I just kind of sit back and go, "This is interesting." I mean, I thought the whole Amin thing was crap. I'm like, "This is wow."
Yeah, your boy Amin is whack.
Amin is that
Boy,
yeah,
Amin is whack.
That's one guy we not. Cool.
I mean, I saw Nate Duncan get jumped on by the Twitter.
That wasn't by us.
No, I like Nate and believe he does good work. He was talking stupid.
What did he say?
He was talking about the crowd on Saturday. I was expecting more spontaneous chants and a lot of reaction.
Oh,
like,
Nate Duncan. I'm thinking of Nate Jones.
Bro, you can't be
Nate
serious.
Duncan. What are you talking
No,
about?
Nate Jones is good.
Yeah,
no, Nate Jones.
Like I said, it's just interesting. I swear the Sacramento media finds anyone who says anything bad about the Kings now.
Damn right we do.
And tries to flame them, even
That's
if the comment is based in some truth. It's like, well, why did you say that? It's like, well, dang, a man can't have an opinion.
No, yeah, you can have one, but if it's a dumb one, we're going to tell you about it. You're entitled to your stupid ass opinion.
You put your opinion out there. You're putting it out there for critique.
That's right. You put it out there.
You don't have to tweet it.
Yep. You letting us inside your brain. We're going to tell you about yourself.
That's why, I'm starting to believe some of these guys are trolling. Like, there's no way my dude from Fox really said the Kings have gotten the benefit of the whistle for forever or something. I think these guys are just trolling y'all now for the hell of it. I can't believe these guys. They're probably like, oh, we know what to do. Let me just boom. I'm entertained. All I know.
I heard it is a troll.
I'm entertained by, You know, and I get to watch I get to watch a game tomorrow for Memphis, you know, and enjoy that. And no one cares about me until possibly round 2, and then I become, you know,
then we'll see you when the series is over, because we ain't
and then it'll be like no, and then you know, then I'm a bad person.
Yeah,
you know,
we ain't
and then
doing
all of a
this.
sudden I can't be friends with Vlade anymore, because now Vlade got to make a choice. You know, I got to act like I don't know Doug, because Doug played for both teams. You know, can me and Mitch Richmond still be friends?
You and Mitch can be friends.
Yeah, I wish Mitch.
I mean, I want a picture with Mitch, Vlade, and Doug in Laker gear.
Well, why?
Yeah, you ain't getting that.
For the hell
I don't
of
even
it.
think Doug's allowed to wear his Laker gear. I think that's forbidden.
Hey, man.
Doug the original 8?
Hearn liked Doug.
I think so.
I think Doug was the original 8, wasn't he?
He might have been.
Well, he wore 8. I don't know if we call him the original, but he wore 8.
Well, I mean, he wore it before Kobe did. So I think you know, once Kobe hit a certain, I think they took Doug's gear back.
Damn.
They're like, you don't get to have this, just in case.
They came down to LA in 2001. They were like, Doug, we've erased your name from the media.
It's like a deleted scene from Basketball Wives. They just came and got that jersey.
Speaking of, I met Jackie for the first time last night.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, Jackie, she is very nice.
Yeah, and know what's funny? A lot of people don't believe me when I tell them. I genuinely love a lot of people with the Kings. I have a lot of friends over there. I don't root against the Kings, but for some reason, because I was born in Los Angeles, I have this scarlet letter, this scarlet L.
We love you, Jason.
I'm a hater because I was born in LA.
Well, I think Kings got business to take care of. They've got to.
It's only 2-0.
It's only 2-0.
Yeah, but please remind everyone. I mean, the Warriors. I mean, God, I've never seen a team like them be so bad on the road. I mean, really, they should have been up 15 in the first quarter if they would stop. If they don't go out there and start throwing the ball all over the place.
But that's what. And go ahead, you tell them.
I'm just saying that's who they are.
That's what they do.
I know that. Yeah, but that's who they are.
And I mean, you talk about being down with the Warriors throwing the ball the way they were. Kings were 0 for 10 in that stretch. They were 1 of 13 at the end of the first quarter. They hit threes at their clip. Kings should have been up by 15.
Yeah, you get the Kings to miss their first 10 threes, and you're up 3.
Man, it feels like that happens a lot too.
You're in trouble.
Only one time in their life if they come out hitting all.
Yeah, and they didn't. I don't even know if they had a lead in that game.
And I won't say I feel bad for Steph, but I mean, Steph gonna have to do like an old school Kobe with D'Antoni. When he sit down, be like, "No, Steve, I'm going back in."
Yep.
I sat down and they scored 7 points in 8 seconds. Put me back in.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you like looking at the plus minuses, like plus Steph. Everyone else, bad.
Do you buy what you've seen these two games in the playoffs? Do you buy what you've seen from Sacramento?
I buy the energy. I mean, I love the effort defensively last night.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what I've been asking for all year.
Yeah.
Because can you do that? Can you not wait till the last 5 minutes of the game to do that? I mean, that energy kept them in the game in the first quarter when they weren't making shots.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a lot of folks assumed that the Kings would probably lose game 1. I didn't. I figured, I was surprised how sloppy the Warriors were so careless game 2, but the Kings also made them be careless. I mean, they're throwing some passes and De'Aaron is deflecting the ball. The Kings came to play. And the Warriors look like a team that kind of figured, you know what? We're the Warriors. They're going to go away. Oh, my God, we're down 8. And like I said, the Warriors have had a bad bench all year. But, I mean, my God, Jordan, most of their bench is unplayable.
Yeah.
I mean, I was like, why? I mean, Moses Moody is getting minutes in the fourth. I mean, I think if you'd have told Steve Kerr 3 months ago that was going to be the case, he'd have been like, "Oh, what went wrong?" So, I mean, I buy the Warriors being a terrible team on the road, and they should, I also buy the way the Kings played. So, I think Game 3 is going to be interesting. I mean, I think everyone's going to expect this big punch from the Warriors to come out Game 3. Barrage of threes, 40-point first. I mean, everyone's going to expect that. So I want to see how the Kings, manage that. As Phil used to always say back in the day, you take their first punch, weather the storm, and then you go to work. If the Kings can do that and get one of these in San Francisco, I don't see how this thing gets beyond 5 games. Just because I just think the Warriors right now just don't. I mean, they don't look good right now, and If the Kings get one of these, I think it's over in 5.
I think they will get one of them. You said before the series even started, I want to say maybe even before the playoffs started, you were one of the few national media guys, because Jason is national. He said it's a good matchup for the Kings.
Yeah.
He said the Warriors, I'd much, if I was a Kings fan, this is what Jason said, and you could tell him, if I was a Kings fan, I'd much rather play the Warriors than the Lakers or the Timberwolves or something like that.
Yeah, I said all along. I mean, I know everyone was like, "Oh, they're going to rest their guys against the Warriors." Like, they should want to play the Warriors. I was like, the Warriors are small. I mean, they're beating the Warriors up front. And how often do you don't say it a lot, but I mean, they, between Keegan and Harrison and Sabonis, they've got a great advantage in the front court, just in terms of size and a bit. I mean, they're getting into the paint. The Warriors aren't big enough to affect their shots in the paint. I mean, if De'Aaron gets into the paint, he's going to get a good look. They don't have a shot blocker back there. I mean, and then even I love Mike Brown going to Alex Len in this series, because they can't do anything with Alex. Alex has to be out there and be a 7-footer. They can't do a thing with that. So I think I said, like I said, I was saying all along that if you had to pick, if you're the Kings, you'd want to see the Warriors, because the Warriors are going to try to play like them, but they can't right now. They can't keep up. And I was talking to someone from from the organization, from the Kings side, who said, because I was saying they got to play Steph more. He said the problem with that is that they may want to play Steph more, but if the Kings keep the pace up, Steph isn't going to have any gas in the fourth quarter. But it's almost like, I think Steve, if he wants to give them a chance, he's almost got to manage timeouts around getting Steph a break, because they can't survive if Steph isn't playing 45 minutes, I don't think.
Yeah, that feels like a dangerous way to live, though. Right. I don't disagree with you.
It's a dangerous way to live. I mean, it's not sustainable, but I think to get a game, which is why I thought I would have, if I was the Warriors, I probably would have gone to that last night, because you're going to have a couple of days off. To get a game, TV timeouts tend to be longer. You got to, it's smoke and mirrors. It really is. Yeah. You're just hoping that you can get a big enough lead to where when you do sit Steph, that 10-point lead goes to 4. You can get him back in. That's what you're hoping for. But I mean, their bench has been bad all year. I mean, I watch a lot of Warriors games living in the Bay. Their bench has been a problem all year. And all their problems are being highlighted right now. The Kings are exploiting everything right now.
Steph played 41 minutes last night.
Like I said, he might have to do an old school Kobe with D'Antoni. Put me back in. I'm like, no. I mean, it happened so quick. He sits down, it goes from sugar to what.
Yeah.
In a hurry.
And then you got a guy, that may emerge, and nobody's a Steph stopper. Nobody's stopping him, but you got a guy like Davion Mitchell who can at least make him work. And you got to deal with that guy for 25 of your 40 minutes or 45 minutes out there. That'll wear you down too.
And that's all you're trying to do.
As a physical defender.
That's all you got to do. I mean, Steph is going to hit about 5 to 7 shots a game where you can't do a thing about it. If he's going to pull up from 33 and hit, you take your chances. But yeah, they're making him work with all, and he's not getting a whole lot of help. I mean, to me, I think from the Warriors' perspective, Jordan Poole has got to be a much better player for them to have a chance. If they're, but Jordan has been like this this has kind of been consistent with them this season. When Steph is out, Jordan's a different player. So, I mean, this is kind of like, you always say that a lot of people don't watch other teams.
When you say out, you mean long term, like when he's
out long term. Yeah. When Jordan's a starter, he's a different guy.
Yeah.
But we've seen this over the last year or two, where when Steph is playing, Jordan can go up. He goes up and down, and then Kuminga could be hit or miss. I mean, I saw y'all arguing going with my boy Bonte about Kuminga, and like I said, Moody. These are guys who it's hard for me to be mad at them for being who they are. It's just that the way the Warriors are constructed, Steph has got to be Superman. It's given me a lot of, like, say, Lakers 2012, 11-12 vibes, when it was near the end of the road, and you can kind of see it, and you've got a star doing everything he can to hold on to that, but you can see, oh yeah, the end is near. And the way they look, you can kind of see, they've had a nice 8-year run, but this whole idea is Steph going to get 5, 6, 7 rings. Steph is what, 35 now?
Yeah.
Steph needs a little more help than that. You can't, this is not, 20, this is not 2015. You got to give Steph some more help. And I don't know if Clay's that guy that he was before the injuries, obviously there's no Andre Iguodala out there to be a glue guy. They're just missing different things right now. And even from last season, this team is not, they would, if they had a B elites on this team, that would make a bigger difference for them. They don't have those guys this year. They got younger guys, obviously the Wiseman thing didn't work out. So here's where they are. And like I said, if they don't get both of these in San Francisco, like I said, if they lose one of them, I think the Warriors lose this in 5. And it's back to the drawing board in the offseason.
Jay, we appreciate you as always. Thank you, my brother. We'll keep you safe.
No problem. Like I said, hey, the Wave might be looking for round 2. I may be banned from this station for about 2 weeks.
Facts. No, that's facts. That's facts.
And I'm willing to live with that.
Okay. All right. As long as we're all in agreement. We appreciate you, bro. Thank you.
All right, take it easy, y'all.
Yeah, no, we smiling now. I just want to be clear. Just to be clear. The Jason Jones show is on pause. If that series winds up happening, but the Kings got business to take care of. They've got 2 more to win, and we've got 2 watch parties to host. One for Game 3 at Public House downtown on 16th Street. Game 4, we're headed home, baby. Sky River Casino, 12 o'clock. Make your plans to be with us for both of those. If you're listening on the Odyssey app or ESPN 1320, you want more Kings coverage, you want Chris Biderman, you want Jason Jones, you want Trysta Krick, we got that. We're going to run it back next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings. Whew. Opening weekend of the NBA playoffs averaged 4.15 million viewers, the most in 12 years.
With the highest rated game being?
I don't know.
Sacramento Golden State.
That's who the Kings were on all the graphics that I've seen.
Mm-hmm. That's why they topped.
You know what the number was?
4.1? 4 something. It was 4 million for sure.
Did you see? I think we talked about it on here. Did you see that? Like a couple of weeks ago, somebody brought back up the ratings from Kings Lakers 2002 Game 7.
No.
So they were just talking about like the NBC and NBA on NBC and all this other stuff. And for instance, Warriors Rockets a few years ago, Game 7 Western Conference Finals, did like 8.7 million viewers.
Wow.
Kings Lakers 2002 Game 7, 23 million viewers.
Oh my God.
And the series, it kept going up. They had the whole series, it kept going up. It was like 8, 10, 12, 16, 17, 20, 23. Like it just kept escalating as the season went on.
The Warriors fans are gonna say the league is rigged for Kings Lakers.
They be coming up with some stuff, boy.
Oh man, we love y'all, man. Thanks for hanging. Hey, look who's here. Yo, new episode of Corners of the Culture dropping on Thursday. DMX. It's good stuff, man. Good stuff. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Let's see what we ended at. Or not what we ended at, but where we're at right now. Thumbs up, 573. Let's try to get to 500. And shout out to over 2,600 people tuned into this show live today. Appreciate you guys. You could add a whole week's worth of numbers. Well, never mind. We'll see you guys. Month?
Maybe just a year and a half.
Maybe. Yeah, I can't lie, guys. I'm exhausted. That's why I have a bedtime. Love you guys, man. Appreciate you, Dr. David. We'll see you guys tomorrow.